Good morning, all of you. Please manage with my handwriting. See, we have come here for the open session, how to overcome this exam 2018. Now, since the heading has been given this, how to overcome, I feel rather than again the same thing, rather than me talking, I want you people to ask the special problems you are facing in the preparation, and to the extent possible I'll answer them, and whatever remains I'll give from my side. Okay, sir? Overcome matlab there are some problems which you are facing or which you are likely to face. What are the problems? Please raise. I'll try to answer as much as possible within coming half an hour. Right? Anybody? Anybody who wants to start? Whatever genuine doubts you have, whatever genuine problems you are facing, you raise them. But of course, I take here only polity and governance. Okay. So I'll be dealing only with polity and governance. So try to restrict your questions to this area only. Hanji, any specific doubt? Bolo sir.
Sir, when you complete the NCRT, after that you can't able to understand some basic terms. Like you missing continuously. Even if you make a note, that is getting longer than the previous.
Very good.
So which will make a lot of trouble to understand all of the terms in equal.
Very good, sir. Can you give me an example also for this?
Yes, sir. Like if you read
Any term, what he says is this, then when we read NCRT, there are some terms which we don't understand. And it takes much time to clear the term also.
Yes.
This is what you're saying, na? Any example, any term?
Like, sir, if you go for the economic Faisal terms, what are the economic working, how it is like the
Economics.
Yes, and even in the polity, sir. Like if you talk about the Article 1 to 5 about the citizenship or the fundamental rights and comparing with the CPST, so it is getting hard to understand all this.
This problem relates to source, sir. I'll answer this. Any other question? Any other question which you want to ask? The genuine problem?
There are some questions from public administration directly. Should we refer some particular book for that?
Question on governance, not public administration directly. Governance. I'll answer each one of them. Okay. Hanji.
Answer structure.
Answer structure means.
Yes,
okay.
It means that GS paper 2, there are some questions from society also.
Okay.
Any study material or something.
Fine. See, let me begin with the basics, because I think people are not very open to ask the question also. Pre, how many questions come in pre? GS1? 100 questions. Out of 100, what is the weightage of polity?
20 around.
15% up to, it can go up to 25%. This year itself, there were 22 questions directly from polity. 22 questions directly from polity. And if I include indirect questions, then it can come up to 25 questions. Okay. This is the weightage of polity. Means polity will form almost 1/4 of your pre-preparation. Polity ki itni weightage hai. Apart from polity, the other three pillars are economics, geography and history. Okay, na? But we'll focus on it this only. In mains, polity and governance is reflected in which paper?
Paper 2.
Paper 2. GS 4 papers, GS1, GS2, GS3, GS4. GS2 is related to polity and governance. GS2, what is the overall weightage paper?
15 marks.
GS2, the paper 250 marks can be broadly divided in 4 areas. Whatever questions you'll get can be broadly divided in 4 areas. One which will relate to what is called as hardcore traditional polity. This will include typical questions on polity. For example, he can ask you something related to president. You can keep writing also if you feel like that this is something which you have got something new. It can be a question on president. For example, he can ask you a question in mains. Is Indian president a real authority or he's just a rubber stamp? Rubber stamp, you understand? Means he's just a nominal head having not much of power. Similarly, he can ask you a question on governor and president. He can ask you, please compare who is more important, vis-a-vis their COM, president or governor. And this will require huge analysis with the knowledge of traditional polity also. Okay. He can again ask you which type of questions. Tell me which questions you expect can come in this coming mains.
Constitution features, the contemporary issues.
Contemporary issues. For example, presidential election can be asked.
Yes, sir.
But I feel in mains he may not ask much about presidential election. Okay, because the scope is not much there. But yes, certainly he can ask one more thing which is very very important, and that has been in news quite a much. कौन सा है सर? बोलो.
Article 147.
इनको मालूम है? बताओ. अरे he can ask you how is presidential system better than the parliamentary system. Now why did I say that this can be a potential question in exam? Tell me. Because this was in news. Shashi Tharoor raised the debate or not? That we should move from parliamentary system to presidential system. What can be the other potential question in this examination for the coming mains?
The clash between the power of LG and Chief Minister in
Very
the
good.
Union Territory.
But this question has come last time also in mains, so it may not come again. For example, the question can be on contempt of court. Contempt of court question can come. Reason: Justice Karnan case,
Yes, sir.
Justice Karju case. Subrata Roy Sahara also was actually facing contempt of court, but that has become quite old an issue. Similarly, Election Commission is asking for this power, that we should also be given this power, contempt of court power हमें भी दो, so that we can punish the people who tarnish the image of Election Commission. Contempt of court is in news or not?
Yes, sir.
Apart from this, what are the other areas which are in news?
Breach
Sir?
of bureaucracy. Breach of reforms in bureaucracy.
बहुत बढ़िया.
The demand for separatism.
Reforms in bureaucracy. But then reforms in bureaucracy is in news. This is not covered in traditional polity. This is covered in what we call as governance. Reforms in bureaucracy. Recently, Prime Minister said that we should allow something called as lateral entry in civil services. You know very well. Prime Minister said this or not?
Yes, sir.
हाँ जी बोलो, what is lateral entry? मालूम नहीं है.
Allow outsiders to a certain level in administration.
The reason I am asking question from some people is that because they are already studying, so I can question them. That is the reason, no other reason, right? Reforms in bureaucracy is in news. It can be a potential question. What I mean to tell you is this: what can be the potential question in the coming examination? That certainly the hint lies in the current affairs. Whatever is hot in current affairs, that can be a very important topic in the coming mains. These are the questions which relate to hardcore polity, and these are the questions which relate to governance. What is the weightage of polity in GS paper 2?
250.
How many total questions will come in exam? People at the back can also answer. Sir, total कितने question होते हैं? 20 questions. Though it's not fixed, they can even take it to 25. And what is the weightage? I told you 250. What is the weightage of traditional polity out of 250?
10 to 12.
कितना sir?
Sir, 10 to 12%.
Marks wise, it will be around
100.
100 marks question will come from traditional hardcore direct polity. What kind of questions can come? I gave you an example here. Governance. What is the weightage of governance question? Approximately, it can be 55 to 65 marks. Question can come from governance. Governance, I gave you example. For example, he can ask you what are the reforms brought by this government in the area of civil services. What do you mean by bureaucracy? Has bureaucracy strengthened democracy or has it weakened democracy? Has bureaucracy impeded the development of India or it has become, what I say, a barrier in the development of India? What do you mean by lateral entry? What are the ifs and buts of lateral entry? ये सारे क्वेश्चन आ सकते हैं इसके अंदर. What we call as governance. It may also include topics like e-governance, using electronic means in running the system. It can also include something called as citizen charter. It can also include something called as role of NGOs in Indian society. It can also include questions like called as role of civil society in strengthening democracy. I know that you may not be aware of these terms, but then I'm just giving you an idea, okay, because this is not a class. We are having a kind of open discussion. So these can be potential questions in what we call as governance, and the weightage is this. 55 to 65 marks can come on these areas only. Clear? Third thing, out of 250 can be IR, international relation. Weightage?
32, 35.
Around question can come around 50 marks from international relations. And international relations are becoming very hot nowadays with so much of happening around us. India, China, Bhutan, America, North Korea, Israel, Philistine, so much of things are happening around. So it makes IR also important. Our weightage kitni hai? 50 marks. The last part is what we call as welfare schemes. In welfare schemes, for example, he can put you a question that this scheme has been launched by government. To what level it has succeeded, to what level it has failed. For example, self-help group, bank linkage program, to what level it has reduced the poverty. ये question डाल सकते हो आप. Means he will not ask you what are the features of the scheme. He might ask you what is the performance of a previous scheme launched by the government. Has it done well or not? Or he can also ask you that a scheme has been launched, how this scheme is better than the previous schemes launched by the government in this area. For that, you need not know the scheme. You also require to know the similar schemes in the area. मालूम है ना आपको? Holistic preparation is required. Is this clear till now? I just told you what is the weightage of polity governance in prelims as well as in mains. Now let's take source. For the people who are coming to take the classes for free, the biggest source will be, yes, class notes along with, yes, class explanations. If you are coming for the classes, I'll give the notes in the class itself. Along with that, I'll explain the concept also. And believe me, if you are very sincere with the class notes and explanation, you can answer almost 100% questions in polity. This year also 22 questions came. Each one of the question was discussed in the class. हर एक question class में discuss हुआ था. And it's not a coincidence that this happened. It's that if you are very sincere with the classes, you are able to, understand everything what he says. For the reason you are always alert in the class, then you will not miss anything. There was a casual remark given in the class in every batch almost, whether right to vote is a legal right or a constitutional right. Casually, question came and people could write this thing and they answered that in exam also. Okay, कहने का मतलब ये है, when you come to the class, take the class notes and be attentive regarding the explanations. If you take down all the explanations, this will broaden your horizon about the understanding. I have seen the people who have completed their course. Some have even gone for the coaching twice. And when the course was over, I asked them what is the difference between MLA and MP. They could not actually explain MP MLA में difference क्या होता है. Though they were very clear about the facts. For example, money bill, what is the process to pass a money bill? What is the process to pass a financial bill? Process they have mucked up, but concepts were hollow. You should be able to visualize the structure. This should be the kind of preparation which should happen. And visualization means you have cleared the concepts. For example, if I ask you what is federalism, you should imagine that federalism is like two brothers, one at center, other at state, and both are equal in the eyes of parents. This kind of visualization will help you answer any question which comes in pre. Because now always UPSC has put questions which are conceptual in nature, which may not require that level of factual understanding, but this requires concepts clarity. If concepts are clear, you can answer it. If concepts are weak, shaky, you may answer wrong. So class notes, class explanation. Along with that, refer one book. Lakshmikant Polity. This book will not help you much in developing the concepts. Reason kya hai? He has given almost so many facts, but few facts. Since the book has come in the market, it can be picked up and made a question. Clear? So whatever things will be taken in the class, if something remains as a fact, take it from Lakshmikant and then complete the course. For example, I took President today in the class. Go home, read the President from Lakshmikant. If you get across one or two extra facts, you add that in your notes, and then notes are holistic. इसके ऊपर आप कुछ नहीं है करने के लिए. Traditional thing. I'm not talking about the current affairs. That will keep on changing. Okay. This is enough for prelims. Don't go after so many books which are available in the market. They will not help you much. And if you talk about D.D. Basu, Subhash Kashyap, I have already incorporated them in my notes. So don't worry about that. ठीक है ना? Other main thing is mains. What are the sources for mains? And believe me, do not get frightened by pre so much. Prelims says some people are so much frightened about prelims that they focus overly on prelims. And they think that once we clear prelims, then only we'll take mains. Na? So they focus everything on it. Believe me, this is the key. Final. Because without you clearing the mains, clearing pre will not serve any purpose also. So focus on this also as much as you do on this. What about mains? Sources? Same. For mains also, go through the class notes and of course Lakshmikant, because this understanding only will help you give an answer. For example, again the same example, preamble pe last time question aaya. The question was very much expected also. A reason preamble was in news. Preamble was in news because one of the ministers said, let's remove the word secularism from preamble, because this word was not originally in the preamble. So let's remove it. Now preamble became a potent question in examination. Question came in examination. Mains mein question aaya tha preamble ke upar. Okay. How to answer it? Class notes. Whole question was as it is discussed in the class. वही पूरा का पूरा क्वेश्चन क्लास में डिस्कस हुआ था. People could write it as it is and there was no reason to worry about it then. Same means class notes and Lakshmikant plus one thing which is required again that will help you in both the cases. What is that? Current affairs. Very, very important. Without current affairs, leave aside polity, no subject is complete. In fact, current affairs will help you even to some extent in history. For example, in art and culture, what kind of questions can be asked? You might have a hint from current affairs. What is happening around becomes a potent question in examination. Now see, current affairs important both in prelims as well as in mains. But the importance is different. For example, current affairs related to polity. It will help you understand what areas from question can come. For example, current affairs mein what's happening is again the same thing. Contempt of court, very much hot. Parliamentary privileges, very much hot. Civil services provisions, very much hot. Now these things will hint you that questions from this can come in pre. Though you have to study everything. I don't say that you leave something. Study everything. But particularly focus on these areas. Now you can think कि civil services में से क्या question आ सकता है? Civil services is in news. For what reason? Prime Minister said that we should allow lateral entry in higher civil services. शुरू करना चाहिए हमको. Now civil services is a potential area in governance, but this can be a clue for you that it can become a question in pre also. For example, one of the type of civil services is All India Services. Now there is a mention of All India Services in Constitution also. He can ask you this thing in pre. Who is authorized to create new All India Service? And this is a very important question. Reason is this. Last year also, Prime Minister said, we should convert judicial services into all India services. Last year the question did not come. This time a combo of both can become a potential question in pre. So take a hint that they will not ask you what is lateral entry. वो ये नहीं पूछेंगे pre में आपसे. They may ask you how all India services are created, and this is given in the constitution and discussed in the class also. Article 312. And who is the higher authority regarding creation of all India services? राज्य सभा. वो ये पूछ सकता है आपसे ये बात. कहने का मतलब ये take the hints of the potential question from current affairs. But current affairs as such will not come for polity. That will be called as current affairs only. Okay ना? For example, Benami Property Transaction Act इस बार आया था. That will call as current affairs, not polity, right? But apart from these questions, hardcore polity, traditional polity, 22 questions came. Anyways, current affairs will tell you what probable areas are important for pre. Current affairs will tell you what questions can come in mains as it is. Mains में current affairs issues become question as such. For example, sorry. For example, I'm taking the same example, contempt of court. Contempt of court relates to polity or economics? Polity. Contempt of court of course relates to polity. The question can come in GS paper too. Now he will not ask you what is contempt of court. He might ask you various ifs and buts of contempt of court. For example, he might ask you, is contempt of court provision in the system that much important, that much required? Answer is yes or no?
Yes.
Never answer the questions only in yes or no. Reason, this is not pre, this is means he is invoking views from you, not a single line answer in yes or no. Means anything will not only be answered in black or white, answer will be in grey. Grey means you have to bring out various aspects of the issue. Contempt of court सही है गलत है बताओ सर. Analyze बहुत बढ़िया. Contempt of court power taken from which source? कहाँ से लेके आए हम लोग ये power? From which country we have taken the provision of contempt of court? US or UK? UK. Are American courts having this power? No, but still they're doing good. Make a habit that every second day you write at least one answer 250 words. हर दूसरे दिन 250 words का एक आंसर आपको लिखना है. Make it a habit, make it a practice. Reason? It will remove your fear or inertia of picking up the pen and writing. There is a tendency, and this tendency is particularly seen in people from science background, and particularly in engineers, and particularly in doctors. वो होता है उनके अंदर. They generally have a habit that they read everything, but they don't want to write a whole essay or answer. उनको लगता है that we have read and we will write anyhow. That's not the case, believe me. Because you have not only to write, you have to write within a time. Time is only for one question. How much time will you get in mains? बोलो sir. एक question के लिए कितना time मिलेगा आपको? 8 minutes. If you have mathematics done, it is 8 minutes. Believe me, in practice you will get maximum 5 minutes. Reason, in between they will bring so many sheets where you have to answer, write your roll number, name. Sometime you will drink water. कुछ तो time जाएगा ना बीच में. Effectively, you will have only 5 minutes to write one answer to 200 words. Now, writing so fast requires huge amount of practice. Where you think instantly, where you write instantly, and that too relevant. Remember, for 1,000 seats, 14,000 people are contesting in mains. You have to be better than others. You have to think better than others in limited time. This is not inherent in anybody. This comes with practice. People from arts background, they have practiced this enough in school and college. But science के लिए ये ज़्यादा ज़रूरी हो जाता है. So please do answer writing practice. If you are writing good answers, still keep writing. If you are not writing good answers, write whatever you can. जो आता है लिखो. Don't feel that my syllabus is not over. How will I write an answer? That way your syllabus will not be over even in the coming 5 years. Believe me. UPSC, the ambit is so big. Whatever you know, कुछ तो लिखो, and then show it to somebody. He will give you feedback. Work on the feedback. There have been people who have cleared this examination in multiple. Of course, it took them second attempt or third attempt to clear the examination. But they said we wrote the same answer sometimes even 25 times. We wrote up to the level of perfection. And when they got a rank was extremely good. और आप भी करके देख लेना. This will help you understand time management and approach of answer writing. Okay, how to write an answer? A special session will be held in the class itself, so don't worry about it. Right? So this was all about marks distribution, source, and the key. And sometime in pre, same question is also repeated. But don't depend on this. Okay, this question will get repeated, so I'll get through. Hardly 1 or 2 questions will come again, but they will be coming up again the same way. Okay, sir? And be very thorough about the syllabus. If you are coming for civil services, you should know how many papers are there, what is the weightage, what kind of questions are coming in examinations. ये तो पता होना चाहिए ना हमें. Today only by syllabus and previous year paper, both of prelims as well as mains, and see what kind of questions have come in examinations. And let me tell you, there is no strategy which can be discussed in 15 minutes or half an hour. It evolves with time. But at least, basically to start with, this is enough, believe me. And don't run after 1,000 books. Rather than reading 10 books once, read one book 10 times. It will help you more, believe me. And think. Do not just read the lines mechanically. Think beyond what is so obvious. Read between the lines. Understand the spirit. Federalism word पढ़ लिया. You have just read the word federalism. But what is the meaning of federalism? You should try to feel that also. ठीक है sir? I hope my time is over. If you want to ask any question, you can ask in coming 1 minute. हाँ बोलो sir.
So how exactly you can separate certain questions which are more probable in prelims?
Probable मैंने आपको बोला ना, probable questions are something which are coming again and again in news.
Sir, I'm talking about prelims and mains. What would be more probable from mains perspective, like lateral highlighting is more analyzed?
So that will be understood when you read the syllabus. Only when you read the syllabus you will understand what is in mains and what is in pre. Syllabus पढ़ना बहुत जरूरी है. For example, for civil services, it has been given directly in the main syllabus. Role of civil services in democracy. Now that you come to know. और एक बात और भी है. Before I leave, let me tell you this also. Do not prepare separately for pre or for mains. ये बिल्कुल मत करना. Do not prepare first for pre and then for mains. Prepare simultaneously. Prepare for UPSC. Prepare for polity. Prepare for governance. Eventually, when you come closer to pre, you can focus more on the factual part. और वो भी हमेशा factual नहीं पूछ रहे. You take up the paper this time. They have not asked facts only. They have asked concepts, which are shaky in most of the cases. Getting me, sir? Any other question?
Sir, I have a factual query regarding politics. Sir, अगर answer वो
अरे वो class नहीं है यार. I'm asking regarding preparation. I told you outside also. Done?
So I'm basically civil engineer.
Okay, sir.
So can I opt as civil engineering as an option?
Yes, engineering as an option can be taken up, but how to take option, they will have a separate session for that also. Okay, that will be a better forum to discuss. हाँ बोलो.
Basically, if I choose an engineering or civil or mechanical, we have to study 12 sub-subjects in engineering, right?
Yeah.
Instead of that, we should opt for sociology or geography or something like that. That is only one single subject. So which is
You can opt, sir, but then let me tell you, no subject is easy, no subject is difficult. Because if you see mathematics, if you are strong in mathematics, you should have scored full out of full. But have you ever seen a person getting this much of marks? No, because there have been other factors also. For example, one factor is scaling, whereby even if you get more marks, somehow they moderate it. Okay, so don't go by this factor.
So my question is, we have to study 12 sub-subjects for engineering, right? Or instead of that, we go for one subject, sociology or geography.
Sociology maybe syllabus is not as small as you think it is. Moreover, it's not only covering the syllabus, it's about meeting the demand of the question, sir. Don't think that you are covering less things, so it will be, making the job easier for you. This is not the case. You should be comfortable with your option. But anyways, choosing option, there will be a separate session for that. You can raise the question. Any other thing?
Sir, like Article 19G, those articles are coming which are not in the Lakshmikant. So,
Classmate. Article उसने नहीं दिए, but I have taken in the class. Don't worry.
And sir, you told about the day after we have to write the answer writing practice. That is for fluent writing. We should do.
After every class, you will be given a question, an assignment question. You practice it. There will be a class coordinator. You submit to him. He will check it and give you feedback. Okay? And you can write it again after that. Right?
So tell the advantage, disadvantages of anthro options.
Of which option?
Anthro.
Ma'am, actually optional, how to choose optional, there will be session for this. Right? Right?
So I'm just beginning with my college license. So I'm asking I should start my coaching program from now, or should I?
Yes, even if you are in college, you can start your preparation from now itself. Reason, it takes almost 1.5 years to clear the civil services, even in first attempt. Getting me, sir? And if you are clear about your options and you are studying in the same stream in the graduation, this will help you, have a very solid foundation for the coming examination.
And sir, as for optional subjects, the level of paper would be till my bachelor or till master's?
Sir, actually nobody can say this. But yes, masters has to be completed. Okay, na? Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
सर कल नहीं कमिट करा किसी ने लिख दिया था कि वही कमिट
कर नहीं रहा हो, छोड़ देना सबका कुछ भी रहे चले अरे So, good morning everyone. Now Sunday and you are here, right? Like it's the irony of life, anyways. But nonetheless, my name is Dr. Jayesh Khaddar. I will be talking to you about modern Indian history, world history, and art and culture. As far as your post-independence history is concerned, and social issues that Smriti ma'am will be taking after me. So we have roughly 35 minutes or 40 minutes. So in this, what I am personally more interested in doing, though obviously whatever doubts you have, see, one of the most common questions that everybody has is about the sources that one needs to read, which is the most useless question to ask, in the sense that obviously it will take just 2 minutes to tell you what sources you need to read, but what is more important to know what not to read from these sources, and also probably know which are the high yield areas that you need to focus upon in this topic. Okay, so in that sense, the first thing that we'll talk about is probably about modern Indian history, its weightage both for the prelims as well as for the mains examination. Next, we'll talk about world history, and then we'll talk about art and culture. Okay. Now, when we talk about modern Indian history, if you see its weightage both in the prelims and in the mains examination, the whole in the prelims examination, the overall weightage of history, which includes ancient history plus art and culture and modern Indian history, this together will give you somewhere around at maximum in a range of 14 to 16 questions, and this may vary from year to year. Okay, there's no static fixed definition of that. Out of this whole portion, modern Indian history will roughly somewhere give you around 6 to 7 questions. The rest would be probably another portion would be half of it roughly would come from modern Indian history. Another half will combine art and culture as well as this whole portion of ancient Indian history together. Now, out of these, so these 6 or 7 questions are what you get from the modern Indian history in the mains examination, in the prelims examination. In the mains examination, out of the whole 250 marks of paper 1, from history you will get somewhere around 80 marks. Okay, and from these 80 marks, you will have things from everything, in the sense that you'll have ancient history, you'll have ancient or art and culture basically, that's probably a question, 1 or 2. Then you have modern Indian history, you have world history, you have post-independence history. So the first observation to take from here is that you have to read a lot for 80 marks in your mains examination. So that's one thing, but there's another thing, and that is that the nature of what they ask in mains is a bit more unpredictable, in the sense that there may be a year where they're asking 3 questions from world history, the next year they're asking 0. Okay, and they're giving more questions from post-independence history. So they will not just go into the depth of questions, but at times they'll also shift between not giving anything from world history at times or giving more from post-independence history or vice versa. So we have to be aware of this reality as well, that apart from depth, what is also required is the breadth of coverage that you cannot compromise on. Now, when I say why I'm saying this is that let's first look at modern Indian history, and with that example we'll see also what is important and how does it differ both for the prelims as well as mains examination. The world history comes only in the mains examination, so there's no question of it coming in the prelims examination. So probably one better way, in fact, would be of at least knowing everything that is something that you need to focus upon in modern Indian history. At least the takeaway from this session should be at least that much, is my mind. Okay. After that, we'll talk about world history as well. So when we talk about modern Indian history, the period from 1757 till 1857, this is the period which has been newly added in your syllabus since the syllabus is changed. Okay, and here you need to know about a few themes which is important primarily from the mains examination. For example, the decline of the Mughal Empire. That's where all of this starts from, and that is basically from the death of Aurangzeb. So the decline of the Mughal Empire is something that is often seen in what is called as the Battle of Plassey and the Battle of Buxar. Okay, now this is all in 1757. There was a question in your mains examination 2014 which asked that why are so many battles fought in Panipat. Okay, so the third battle of Panipat, Battle of Buxar, all of these things are very important. Their significance in changing 18th century India, that's something that is important from the mains point of view. In the sense that one is the decline of the Mughals, that is important. The next thing is about the Marathas. So the rise as well as the fall of Marathas, especially the third battle of Panipat and what is also called as the Anglo-Maratha Wars. This is something that is extremely important. There's been a question already on the third battle of Panipat or indirectly on all the battles of Panipat. But the Anglo-Maratha Wars and the causes of decline of Mughal Empire, they are important themes. What I'm saying here is not questions, I'm saying themes. Because when you're reading, what you should know is that what are the themes you should be focusing upon. Your energy is not any source with whatever you're doing, okay? And it really doesn't matter, it's polity, history, geography. it's one thing to know that you need to read a source, but it's very rare that you need to read a book cover to cover. You should know what areas you have to focus upon. If that is done, if you know what areas you have to focus upon, your half the job of knowing is done. Knowing the source is not enough. Knowing what not to read and what to read in the source is the main question. Okay, and so the decline of the rise and fall of Marathas is one thing. The third important point is about Mysore and Hyderabad, and this is also where you actually get a link to what is world history. Okay, and this is the more recent trend of questions that they are asking. For example, they asked a question in 2015, and that was the impact of the Russian Revolution on post-independence economic planning in India. Now, Russian Revolution is a world history topic, right? And it also had an impact on India. In a similar way, for example, another major theme here is the Anglo-French rivalry, and how did the Anglo-French rivalry actually impact both India and world history. And there, because here you will see the Anglo-French rivalry had a major impact both on the American War of Independence and on the wars that were fought in the Carnatic region, as well as in Carnatic regions, meaning in the sense of Hyderabad, and in Mysore as well. So that is why they can also ask questions that in a manner of comparing and connecting Indian history to world history, or world history to post-independence history, or something of this sort. So this period is essentially important only from the mains examination. One does not expect many questions from here in the prelims examination. But from the period after 1857 to the period of 1947, you have questions both in the prelims and in the mains examination. 2015, another question in the mains examination was on the significance of the War of 1857 and how did it impact the post-war administrative structure of British in India. And it's a very fairly simple question. Okay, it's one of the more direct questions that has recently come from this topic. So 1857, the causes of the war, the impact of the war, the significance of the war, all of that is important. Now, one thing also I want to emphasize here, that whether it is 1857 or the formation of Congress or the number of sessions that happen after it, one need not spend time and energy to remember names and dates. That does not mean that you don't even know कि non-cooperation पहले हुआ था कि civil disobedience पहले हुआ था. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't need to spend your time and energy on remembering names or dates, whether it is 1905 or 1906. Okay, but one should definitely know that it is happening in the first decade of the 20th century or the second decade of the 20th century. And over a period of time, when you read something thrice or four times, you'll eventually yourself start remembering key dates, but you don't need to remember all the dates. Okay, so that's also something. Don't waste time and energy on remembering names and dates, which are least likely to come in the examination. Okay, and apart from few names, obviously, which are important, that is often discussed in the class, that these are the probable names which are actually important. Now, after 1857, another major, so this whole 1857 war itself is important. But after 1857, we see there are a number of other aspects. One of them is the economic impact of British rule. Now, this is another important topic, especially from the mains examination point of view. The economic impact of the British rule. How did the British administer railways in India? What were their revenue policies in India? This is a topic which is important from mains point of view. There's also been a question this year in your prelims examination also, which is a repeated question in the prelims examination, and that was upon who was responsible for the Rayatwari settlement system. Okay, so the three main types of revenue settlement system which are discussed here: the permanent settlement, the Rayatwari settlement, and also the Mahalwari settlement. The permanent settlement, Rayatwari settlement, Mahalwari settlement, all of this is important from the prelims examination. Question came this year as well. Okay, but apart from the economic impact, one thing also which is important from the prelims examination point of view are the administrative changes that the British brought in India, in say the civil services, or what was the structure of the civil services that they brought, what was the structure of the army. So a question in 2015 prelims examination was about the Ilbert Bill controversy. Okay, now, and the Ilbert Bill controversy basically relates to the whole issue of the judiciary. Now, so basically the Ilbert Bill was about judiciary, and so some important changes that they brought with respect to any administrative structure is important. Ilbert Bill was one. Another is, and often asked and is going to be often repeated also, is something that's the policy with respect to press. And that was the Vernacular Press Act, one of the important features. Okay, there are other aspects of it. Their policy with respect to education, that was about the Orientalist Anglicist controversy, or whether education should be granted in English or in local languages, and what should be the content of education. So, what were the major policies with respect to the army, the judiciary, the education, or apart from education, also the press? This is important from your prelims examination point of view. Okay, so and again, what do they ask? They don't ask who brought the Ilbert Bill or in which year the Ilbert Bill was brought. They ask the question that the Ilbert Bill controversy was about what? They ask the issue, not who brought the bill. They'll give it in the question. That the Ilbert Bill was brought by Lord Ripon, and what was the aim of bringing the bill. They'll give, for example, another question in the mains examination was about the Rowlatt Act. Okay, that they said that the Rowlatt Act was introduced in 1918-19, and what was the purpose of the act? That's what the question asks. The question isn't going to ask you who introduced the bill or which year a bill was introduced, but what was the main issue that the bill picked up. Okay, so these things are important from your prelims examination point of view. So see, that's the whole thing. The whole point of figuring out whatever you want to read is to know what areas are important, what are more important from mains examination, and what are more important from prelim examination point of view. If you have done that exercise, then you know, then you have a sense of what you need to focus on. And also, what is my humble advice to all of you, this is something that can be done for everything, whether it's polity, history, geography, economics, everything. And this one should be able to do. Okay, but the problem is, as a fresher, you don't know exactly, okay, that these are the areas which are important, and you often take the first reading ki abhi to I'm just getting familiar with the topic, and I'm just getting a hang of what happened, right? But even when you see, what happens is the first reading is often meant to familiarize yourself, right? And the first reading often turns out to be the most useless in terms of exam, because you waste your time. I'm saying you waste your time not because you're not putting in the effort. You're putting in the effort, but without knowing exactly where you need to put it. So in the first reading, you'll read, underline. The second reading, you'll probably mark with the highlighter. And ek do point number 1, 2, 3. Right? So this should be happening from the first go itself. That you know, that you've seen the past 4 years prelims as well as mains question paper. Then you start reading the topic. You know which are the key areas to focus upon, and from the first reading itself, you are reading with the mindset of writing an answer. You're reading the chapter not just to know about it, but also probably to see that how am I going to process and present this information. It should not become a feel-good factor कि हाँ मैंने पढ़ ली NCERT, okay, and now I know मैंने पढ़ लिया, हाँ यार तूने पढ़ लिया, हाँ I've read it. So, but that is what I'm saying, that reading is one thing. See, and that is something that's, if you can read it as a novel, you can read it as a textbook, and you can read it from the examination point of view. When you know this, when you've seen the past 3 or 4 years question papers, both for prelims and mains, then you can read it from the examination point of view. And people don't do this. They're either lazy or they say that we'll do this afterwards. But this is where you should begin with. Okay, so if we carry this further, apart from this period, another major important theme, and this comes, from 1880s onwards to, say, let's get into the period of 1915, okay? I'm roughly dividing it into this zone. Now, the formation of Congress is one of the things, okay? But the formation of Congress is not something that they'll ask direct questions on. But rather, they've asked questions upon certain key events that have happened here. For example, the whole partition of Bengal. They've asked a question in the prelims examination, and the question was very simple. But the question was in a tricky manner. We always associate the launch of Swadeshi, all of this, with the arrival of Gandhi. So they basically asked the question that the instrument of Swadeshi and boycott were used for the first time when? Options were partition of Bengal, or the non-cooperation movement, or the civil disobedience movement. The answer is the partition of Bengal. Okay, so even simpler things like this they ask because they know that there is likely a possibility that you can go wrong. But it's a simple, straightforward question. So the partition of Bengal the event surrounding it is something that is important from the prelims point of view. Also, the 1909 Morley Minto reforms. Now, one thing I want to tell you about these reforms and all reforms that are there after this. The 1909 reforms, the 1919 reforms, the 1935 reforms, you should know what is happening in these reforms. This is going to come only in the prelims examination. Okay? And what you don't need to remember here again is how many seats were there, how many were reserved for Indians, how many were reserved for non-Indians. Don't need to mug that up or know much about that. All you need to know is what was the unique feature that came here. For example, separate electorates. What was the unique feature that came here? There was a question in your prelims examination this year. And the question, as I always told in the class before also, that you should probably look at more conceptual things rather than how many seats are there. For example, I often used to give the example in class that what do you mean by diarchy? You mean by diarchy what is happening in Delhi. Kejriwal and Najib Jung. That is what is diarchy. Diarchy is having two centers of power at the same level. And in the prelims examination, they gave options which led a lot of students to confusion. I told so many times in the class that di means two, archy means rule. But this does not mean center and state rule. This means the two powers of authority or two locus of authority at the same level, whether it is at the state or at the center. And diarchy was because at the provincial level or at the state level, you had both central governments or the British government's rule as well as the elected people's rule. So that is what you mean by diarchy. That's why I used to always give the example of Kejriwal. And that is, so probably you need to just fit on the conceptual sides. They asked only, they didn't even ask. They said that in 1919, the provision of diarchy was introduced. What does diarchy refer to? That's it that they asked. Okay. And so there is no need to mindlessly mug up things. They are not asking mindless things that you need to mug up. Okay. So separate electorates. So one of the unique features, there's some other features here as well. So one thing one should do at the end of this is draw a small table comparing all of this so that you know. So the next major unique feature here, what is it? Here, one of the main characteristics feature was the proposal of a federal structure, Okay, and they've asked, and 1935 Act is important even in the mains examination. In the mains examination, they've asked already that how does the Government of India Act 1935 play an important role in the in the formation of the Indian Constitution itself. So what were the main features of 1935 Act? How did it inspire, or in many ways, as we commonly said, that the whole idea of union list, concurrent list, state list, almost 60% of the Constitution is a cut copy paste of the Government of India Act 1935. So one should know areas to focus on. They've asked once in the mains examination about this. This year they've asked this. A few years ago they had asked about this. So there is a pattern to it. Okay. So once you're able to delineate a bit of it, your half the job is done. Okay. So I'll come to the doubts in a minute. Now, so that's something that is there. Now, apart from it, there is one thing more that I want to draw your attention to, because again, this is the link with world history. That we all read about World War I and World War II, okay? And we often read about it in the context of world history. But there is a definite link with modern Indian history, and they will definitely ask questions from this in the future, in your mains examination. Because previously, see, you have to understand the psyche of the examiner. Yahan pe there's nothing new that is going to happen, right? There's not much of dynamic things which are happening here. So, they've already exhausted a number of questions which are basics. Say non-cooperation, in the mains examination, the significance, the impact of non-cooperation, civil disobedience. They do not give any more questions from these areas in your mains examination. Rather, they either focus on fringe areas that you don't read about much while you're reading modern Indian history, because they know that everybody is reading about partition of Bengal, non-cooperation, civil disobedience, quit India. They'll ask no questions from this in the mains examination. You see in the past 4 years, they've asked no question from this in the mains examination. What they're instead focusing on is on smaller things that you often miss out on. And that are areas which are important from the mains examination. But apart from that, one thing which is they're going to do in the future, that before 2013 there was no world history in the mains examination, right? So now what they'll do is that they'll link modern Indian history to world history. We've already seen one or two questions on that, and that's more probable in the future as well. And here, what you will see, for example, the impact of World War I and World War II on the Indian freedom struggle. World War I had a huge impact. You had the formation of the Home Rule League. You had the Gadar movement. So how World War I is related to the Indian freedom struggle? How did it impact the Indian freedom struggle? That's a probable future theme that they will ask. Similarly about World War II. They've already asked about Russian Revolution. Okay. So major international events, and if there was any significant impact, that is also something that is likely to be asked in your examination. Okay. Now when I was saying that they're not asking questions from, all these things in the mains examination, what are they asking from? Some 3 or 4 major themes that they're asking questions from is, for example, the role of women in the freedom struggle. This question has been asked in 3 different forms in the past 5 years. Okay, role of women in non-violent phase of the freedom struggle. That's one question that was asked in 2016 in the mains examination. Before that, they've asked the question on the role of women organizations in the Indian freedom struggle. That's different from the role of women in the non-violent phase of the freedom struggle. And the third question that they will definitely ask is the role of women in the militant phase of the freedom struggle. So non-cooperation or in non-violent what was the role of women? In violent militant movements, what was the role of women, and women organizations? They've asked these themes repeatedly in your mains examination. Okay. And one thing that I always say, that without reading about women and Gandhi, you can never qualify the examination. There goes no question paper every year where you don't have anything of the tune of something like 150 or 200 marks in the overall paper. Something directly or indirectly related to women. You have often a topic on women related issues in the essay. You have within the social issues without fail 1 question from 1 or 2 questions from women. You can have questions on women empowerment, their labor force participation in economy or in polity without fail. They will, you see, past 4 years, there is no year that passes. So women itself is a high value area. Okay, I mean, half the section of the population as well, but at least from UPSC point of view, an important topic. Same goes for Gandhi. You will find topics in your essay examination directly coming from Gandhi. In history, obviously, they ask questions even from this. And that is, again, what they've started doing is certain key comparisons. So you've seen question 2015 in your mains examination comparing Gandhi's political ideas with that of Ambedkar. 2016, you saw Gandhi and Bose. So and this does not mean that every personality can be compared with everybody else. Okay, it does not mean, for example, that that a question is going to come about, say, comparing Gandhi and Nehru. Or in the sense, why I'm saying so, that a few comparisons have come and a few may more come in the future. That does not mean that you can compare X with Y, Z, anyone. What are the kind of comparisons that they're asking in the examinations have already been discussed in much detail in history books before. So tomorrow you say that I want to compare Tilak with Bose. No. It does not mean that if a few comparison questions have come, any kind of comparison will come. Yes, Gandhi and Bose, Gandhi and Ambedkar, their political viewpoint comparison has been often taught in the classes and is important. It came in 2015. 2016 was Gandhi and Bose. 2 more probable themes that can come probably in the future is a comparison of Bose and Nehru. Now this is not my mind. This is because, for example, there have been a number of books which have been written comparing Bose and Nehru and their political future within the Congress as well as their role in the freedom struggle. So comparison of Bose and Nehru is a probable future thing. And also one is of a comparison of Gandhi and Tagore. A comparison of Gandhi and Tagore is also possible in the future. Why? Because these guys wrote letters to each other all the time. Okay, and they had a number of disagreements also and a number of agreements also. So we are not doing a comparison out of our random minds. Those which have been done before are what are likely. They've asked this, they can probably push these 2 as well. Okay, so that's something that they're also asking in your mains examination. Also, one more thing about Gandhi. Anyways, you should read a few essays and a few things about Gandhi. One thing more from modern Indian history, and because it links modern Indian history to world history, also is important, is Gandhi's experience in South Africa. Both from a prelims point of view also it's important, but more so from the mains point of view, because they've asked almost everything on Gandhi before. But this is a theme that they've not asked many a times before. So this is another high value area for your future Gandhian experiences in South Africa and how did it shape the Indian freedom struggle. So because almost 22 years he spent in South Africa. Okay, so and it's a very common popular saying that the South Africans say that you gave us Gandhi, we gave you Mahatma. In the sense that his whole evolution is something that is happening, and so that's important and we don't read about it. Okay, so it's important for your means examination as well. So that's there. Apart from this, the other major theme, in this period, so these all themes are important. What you also need to know from your prelims point of view, this is all that I told you about the means, right? What you need to know about your prelims point of view from this is also certain key areas that they ask repeatedly in your prelims is certain reports and certain committees. Okay, so obviously and these are also related to the sessions of the Congress. Okay, so the 1906 session of the Congress, where they first talked about Swaraj. Then 1907 session of the Congress, where there was a Congress, the Surat split of the Congress. Then you also have the 1916 session. That's important. Then you have what is very important is the Nehru report, the Motilal Nehru report of 1928. And the 1929 session of Lahore that gave the call for Purna Swaraj. So all of this, they've asked repeated questions about these sessions. They've asked question that why did the Surat split happen in the prelims examination? They asked the question that when was the call for Swaraj given? Okay, and the answer is the 1906 session. When was the call for Purna Swaraj given? For example, they didn't ask the question that when was Purna Swaraj given. They said the 1929 session of the Congress is significant. Why? And the options was because the call for Purna Swaraj was given here. So you need to know key details about key Congress sessions as well. And these are some of the key Congress sessions. So that's where I stop about modern Indian history. Any doubts on modern Indian history? Otherwise, we'll talk about world history. Yeah.
Sir, suppose if there is a question on Montfort reforms, in the British context, can we explicitly mention the things what is going on between in Pondicherry and Delhi government?
See, specific things we'll talk about later. So what he's asking is basically that about the Montfort reforms and how did
Diarchy work.
Okay, how did Diarchy work on or assess the significance of the Montfort reforms and how effective they were? Any sort of these very specific questions is unlikely, at least has never been asked in your history as a GS paper. Probably in an optional or something like that they can. Now what we don't need to do is try and predict questions. See, what I'm telling you is another thing that does not happen. The whole aim of doing this is not to predict questions and also to predict answers for these questions, which is a futile exercise. You should probably just know the themes and focus on the themes, because something related or interrelated can be asked. Okay, and it's futile to predict questions. It's more probable and useful to prepare themes. Okay, anything more from this? Yeah. Peasants and tribal movements and social reform movements, all of them are important from the prelims examination point of view. Social reform movements, both of 19th and 20th century, are important, both from the prelims point of view and also a comparison of sort of things can happen from the mains point of view as well. In fact, Shekhar Bandyopadhyay, okay, he's written extensively on this, Pulaski to partition, about the role of backward classes in the freedom struggle. That's also a probable theme for the mains examination. Another theme for the mains examination apart from this, and these are fringe areas, they're asking questions only from these areas. Also about, and this they've never asked till now, but believe me, you will find a question in the coming years, and that is the role of the capitalist class and the working class in the Indian freedom struggle. Okay, so because they've asked questions on almost everything else. Another major theme that they've asked repeated questions on, okay, I really wanted to cut this short, but nonetheless, another major theme in the mains examination that they've asked the questions on, there's a movie also coming now, right? The Royal Indian Navy mutiny and the INA uprisings. The significance of the INA trials and the Royal Indian Navy mutiny, they've asked repeatedly in your mains examination, also because this is a direct impact of World War II on the Indian freedom struggle. Okay, so just like I told you, Gadar Party Home Rule League is World War I. World War II is INA uprisings or the Indian National Army uprising and the Royal Indian Navy mutiny. And how did it lead India into the freedom into India into freedom. There's also a movie being produced by Rajya Sabha TV right now, which is going to come out soon, and it's about the INA trials. So it's an important event, and yes, it's definitely worth attention. Yeah.
Do they also ask about certain British personalities like justifying the role of Sir Cornwallis or Dalhousie for un-British role?
See, one thing also what he's asking is that when we look about the role of governor generals in India, whether it's Cornwallis, Dalhousie, Warren Hastings, okay, now probably you don't need to pay too much time and attention on it. What best can be done is probably half a page each on all of them. Okay, don't need to probably look at all of them separately, though it is given in some of your books for like Spectrum and all. It's given in some of your books separately. You can probably just read them, but there've not been many questions, and I personally don't think so. But yes, there's no harm in covering that theme as well. But that does not mean all. For example, Warren Hastings, Cornwallis, Lord Mayo, okay, and Curzon. I would say are 4 or 5 major ones. You can endlessly start looking from the start till the end, but that's not the aim, right? Is that fine? Yeah.
How can we interconnect with the current affairs with the modern history?
How do we interconnect current affairs with modern Indian history? The only way of doing this, or connecting in modern Indian history and current affairs, is what you see certain national events that are happening. For example, I'll tell you, whatever the government does in terms of commemorating either freedom fighters or certain major historical events. For example, 1914 was World War I. Indian Army, the British Indian Army played a significant role in that. 100 years later in 2014, when was the anniversary, there were a number of articles in the Hindu, as well as the Indian Prime President, when he visited Florence, there was a war memorial there where they paid tribute. So one should know, when such articles come, you should keep a tab on them, that what was the contribution of Indians in World War I. There were many articles in the newspapers, so probably that's something. Another thing, for example, after 70 years of independence, there was this whole focus upon freedom fighters from Northeast. Okay, that's something that we read very rarely about, but the government of India took out a whole series of forgotten heroes or relatively neglected heroes, and specifically from Northeast. Okay, and a list of all of them. So that is something that also can come in your mains examination, because we keep reading about all of others except from the Northeast. So that's also something that you need to focus on. Okay, this year, for example, 1917 is the 100th year of the Russian Revolution. It's important. Okay, the significant, though it's been asked already, but it's important. Another thing about 1917 is that the Women India Association was a women's organization formed by Sarojini Naidu, Annie Besant, Margaret Cousins, all of these. Okay, and the government of India took out another special initiative, basically recognizing their contribution. So it came in the news. So these things also you need to, probably see, because you've read all of that, but you need to know, okay, this is being linked, so probably this can be asked. Yeah.
There is a book, Gandhi Before India by Ramchandra.
Yeah.
Is that good, sir? For that question?
See, one question, one book is no answer. 5 questions, one book is probably okay. One question, one book.
That
No.
part is becoming more relevant, you have said, sir.
No. In the sense, Gandhi Before India, he's written the 2 volumes in that, Gandhi Before India and Gandhi Now in India. Okay, in the period up till independence. What I'm saying is, reading books is essentially, I'll come to the books part, the sources part in a while, and I'll explain what I mean, that I don't want you to focus upon books for a particular question or even for 2 questions. Okay, for example, say international relations. You as a student of GS don't need to read international relations from Sumit Ganguly or from XYZ, Fikri, whatever. It's just useless. Okay, so I'll talk about the sources in a minute. Anything else? Yeah.
Mr. Modi in Palestine is Israel right now.
Huh.
And he paid tribute to our soldiers out there.
Hmm.
It's a political scenario. So should we look to that also?
See, in the sense that you will find certain very smaller events also. Whenever we pay a bilateral visit to any country, if there is any association with Indians there, it does not mean that it becomes essentially important. What is more important about Modi's visit to Israel is the fact that it is the first visit, and so India-Israel relations in international relations is more likely a topic which will come in your mains examination either this year or next year. It has already been asked about India-Israel relations in your mains examination in your political science international relations paper, but not in your GS paper till now, which will essentially happen now that it has. And they'll more likely that they'll not give it this year, they'll give it next year, because by that time it is not in the news and most people are not expecting it. Okay, so that's there as well. Now let's talk about world history first, and then yeah.
Sir, one book has came India and India about soft power, sir. So that
Books will talk last. I told you, it is just a matter of 2 minutes to talk about books. Okay, let's stick to the time. We'll talk about world history first and then probably look at a few more questions. Though in the class I definitely give way more time to ask questions, it's just that there are other people also waiting, right? So the next thing about world history that you need to know, okay, is that it's important only in the mains examination. It's going to at best give you some-ish like 3 or 4 questions, at worst 0, and somewhere in between about 2 or 3 questions. Okay, so max, I'll say on an average you can expect 2 questions in your mains examination. Now why I'm saying this is that you don't need to get into world history to the depth that you need to get into modern Indian history. That's the first takeaway why I'm telling you this, that it's limited weightage, means you don't need to put too much head on world history. Okay, now so what about world history, what you need to focus upon? This whole thing starts, from the period of the American War of Independence, and okay, let's say the French Revolution. The French Revolution, it's extremely important from your mains examination because it has impacted world history in many ways. Okay, so the French Revolution is associated with the formation of the Congress of Vienna. Okay, the significance of Congress of Vienna, how did it impact European order, what was its strength, what was its weakness, all of that is important. What is not important is how did Napoleon fight in one war or the other, or what exactly happened in every war that Napoleon fought. Okay, so that's something that is not important. What is also important is the causes of the French Revolution, the impact of the French Revolution. Okay, so that's also something that is important from your examination point of view. Apart from the French Revolution, also is the interrelation of the French Revolution to the American Revolution is also something that is important, because 1776 is the American Revolution, 1789 is the French Revolution, almost a decade apart, both of them interrelated to each other. And so the American Revolution, why did it happen? How did the Anglo-French rivalry affect the American Revolution? That is important from your mains examination point of view. Apart from this, now the American and the French Revolution are important. The next major important thing are the unification of Germany and the unification of Italy. These are happening by 1871. The French Revolution also extends up till 1871. This is a revolution which does not end. Okay, so it remains a revolution almost for the next 90 years. So how does it span out, and what were the reasons for unification of Germany, unification of Italy? Another question that is a comparative question with modern Indian history is that Bismarck is considered as the architect of unification of Germany. He was responsible for the integration of the princely states, just like Patel was responsible for the integration of princely states in India. So a comparison of Bismarck's policies with that of Patel is also a probable theme in the future. Okay, so the unification of Italy, the causes, and how did the unification of Italy and what happened with unification of Italy was responsible for World War I is also an important topic. Okay, now the causes of World War I is important. What exactly happened in the war again is not important. Battles, names, dates are not that important. But what were the causes of World War I? And you had what was the Treaty of Versailles after this. The strengths of the Treaty of Versailles, the weaknesses of the Treaty of Versailles. The Treaty of Versailles also led to the formation of the League of Nations. This League of Nations was a predecessor to the United Nations. UN reforms anyway is an important topic in your paper 1 as well as in your paper 2. Polity, international relations, United Nations reforms is anyways an important topic. A comparison of the League of Nations with the United Nations is another probable theme in the mains examination, because this is amply given in a number of books. What were the weaknesses of League of Nations, to what extent these were improved upon by the United Nations. Okay, or how effective has been United Nations in the Cold War era. That's also something that is an important theme. Apart from this, so that's about World War I. What is also important between World War I and World War II is Nazism and fascism. What were the factors responsible for the rise of Nazi Germany and fascism in Italy? That's something that is important. And how is it related to the Great Depression and the New Deal of 1929 in America? That's something that is important as well. Okay, so these are again important topics in the interwar period. Then events that led up to the World War II, and what were the causes as well as the impact of World War II is important. This is something that is important, and here we talk about the policy of appeasement as a cause and a number of other causes which are important for the outbreak of the war, and also the possible impacts of the war. Essentially, one of the important ones being the outbreak of the Cold War itself. The United Nations, many other impacts are there. But the outbreak of Cold War and Cold War, so they've asked questions in your mains examination. Okay, one thing I forgot here about during World War I is also the outbreak of the Russian Revolution. They've asked questions on Russian Revolution before. They've asked questions in what is the period of Cold War. But this French Revolution, unification of Germany, they've not asked till now directly. But they are directly high value areas which are simple direct question. This is like, if you don't know about unification of Germany or you don't know about the Treaty of Versailles, it's like you don't know about the causes of war of 1857. It's that important to this period of history. Okay. Now, in the Cold War era, also there are few themes which are important. They've already asked questions. And in the Cold War era, what is important are a few major themes and a few major wars, because they'll ask specific questions here. They can ask a question on the Vietnam War. They can ask a question on the Korean War. It's also called the Lost War. Why is it called the Lost War? All of these things. Also, they've asked a question on the Suez Canal crisis of 1956. They've already asked this in the mains examination. Okay, and how was it an humiliation for the British and the French? Okay, so this is an important topic itself that has already been asked. The Israel-Palestine conflict probably can come in your mains examination in a year or so, because obviously India has a very strong historical position on this issue, or what was the historical reasons for the breakout of the Israel-Palestine conflict can be asked in your mains examination, because World War I itself was responsible for the initiation of the Israel-Palestine conflict. So how was World War I responsible for the Israel-Palestine conflict is also a probable theme that can come in your mains examination. Okay, so that's also there, but that's the whole point about the Cold War. It's endless in the sense that you can talk about a number of other events also that happened there. For example, the Iranian Revolution you can talk about. You can talk about a number of things which are happening in Latin America. For example, the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Bay of Pigs, the Cuban Missile Crisis. That's also probably important. But there's an endless list. One could keep on reading and adding more and more. What I'm saying is these are essential ones. Last being obviously is the disintegration of Soviet Union. The causes for the disintegration of Soviet Union and how did it impact the world order, that's important. One last theme in the Cold War, which is essentially very important because India plays a big role in it, and that is NAM and decolonization. NAM and decolonization is also something, or the non-aligned movement and decolonization. How was India related to it? How did it develop in the world order at this point of time during the Cold War era is also important. Okay, these are something which are important from the mains point of view. Now, as I'm telling you, if you're doing this much, you're likely assured that 99% people are not doing beyond this. Why am I saying so? There is no depth into what you can go in world history as well. The problem is, if you spend yourself too much on these, beyond this, you're wasting time and cutting out from other areas. It may be possible that a question comes, for example, the question came this year as well, right? That decolonization in West Africa and how did it play out? There will be a question here or there, probably that does not fit into this. But if you waste all your time and energy covering, okay, ye maine nahi padha tha. So the Cold War list itself is endless, okay? And if you do that, you are cutting out of your time from polity, economy, all of other things. Time management is more important than covering one thing completely. Your aim here is to write, देखिए, बहुत सारे बच्चों के बहुत सारे misconceptions होते हैं. Some of them think that, I'm going to write amazing answers. You see the previous year question answer copies of people who have written the answers. You will see they write average answers, but for all the questions, or for most of the questions. So your aim is not to write exceptional answers. Your aim is also not to, try and do waste all your time just to focus on one question. your approach has to be to prepare in a manner that if 99% people, if there is a question, one fringe question which comes that nobody can answer, you should not be, perturbed by it. If you're able to cover everything, if it doesn't come from this, be assured that most of the people, unless and until who are a history optional student, are not going to answer that one question. Okay, so to that extent, don't bend your mind कि sir ये तो इसमें है ही नहीं, ये भी तो आ सकता है, आने को तो कुछ भी आ सकता है, right? Possibility doesn't end. For example, there's a question this year in your paper 2 on the McBride, on the paper 1 only of McBride Commission. Now, paper 2, yeah, paper 2 McBride Commission, there's a question, and now people didn't even understand what McBride Commission is about. And understandably, most of us didn't knew what the McBride Commission is about. So it's okay. A question here and a question there does not change the world. Probably what is more important is how you structure your answers and write answers on areas that you know about. Okay. So, and if you've read well, probably except for 1 or 2 questions here and there, most of the questions you'll have a good idea about. Okay. So structuring the answers is another whole different area. We'll probably talk about that later. Anything else? Any doubts that you have from this? Apart from the sources, I'll come to the sources together. Okay, let's first address the sources, and if you have another doubts after that, we'll talk of that. See, in terms of sources, what is important to know, as I always tell, read one source thrice rather than reading 3 sources once. Okay, don't spread yourself thinly. Don't read from 3 books for one topic or for one subject. It's a waste. You have how many subjects to cover? 7 or 8, or probably thoda aur aapka bolenge kuch time baad 9, 10. Let's say 8. I'm not even counting because I don't intend to do that. But what I'm saying is, even if you say conservatively 8 subjects, 2 books each, conservative, 16 books. 16 books reading 3 times is useless, immaterial, impractical, and you'll not be able to revise. वो नहीं होगा. That is like a revolution that has never happened. Okay? So it's not going to happen. What you need to focus upon is probably sticking to a book for one subject, taking and making your notes out of that book, and that's it. Okay? Beyond that, there may be a few things here and there. For that, it's better to refer to the internet or stick to what is being done in the class. Don't need to read books and books and books. One book for modern Indian history, one book for world history, one book for art and culture. और बताइए और medieval Indian history के लिए NCERT, तो 4-5 तो modern history की हो गई, history की हो गई. And what are you getting out of history? Limited portion, right? You have the same for geography. One for Indian geography, one for physical geography, one for world geography. Then you come to polity. One is Lakshmikant. Then you need to read something for the mains. Then you come to economy. Then you have Uma Kapila, and then you have 2-3 more, whatever people will talk about. Then you come to social issues. The point is not books. The point is limiting yourself to few sources. So what I'm saying here is modern Indian history, only one source. See, you stick to what I gave in the class PPTs. It's definitely the summary of whatever you can find in 5 books. Okay, that's one thing. But apart from what is done in the class, if you want one book, I'll say only one book for modern Indian history. Either you stick to Spectrum, modern Indian history, or if you have relatively more time, you can take the Bipin Chandra, which is coming in the Orient Black Swan form by Orient Black Swan Publications, not the thick blue Bipin Chandra, India's Struggle Till Independence. That thick blue Bipin Chandra is not useful for most of the people because it's relatively thick. Okay, and beyond that, whatever needs to be added will be added in the classroom. Or, so these are the 2 options if I'm giving you, whether it's Spectrum or Bipin Chandra, the Orient Black Swan Publication one. Okay. Or if you don't want to read a book, and I'll say the vision handouts, notes, the printout material that you gave itself is very comprehensive. They combined everything from every other book and kept them together in a notes fashion, which I think is good enough. Works. Okay. So that's about modern Indian history. इसके अलावा books बहुत हैं. Shekhar Bandyopadhyay is there, Plastic to Partition. You have Bipin Chandra, NCERT, old and new. The problem with NCERTs is that yes, they're good. They'll give you a good understanding, but you'll not be able to answer questions because it is not written in that fashion. Okay, and it will be difficult for you to mine the information. So what I'm saying is, even if you don't focus on the NCERT by Bipin Chandra, just read one of, that thin Bipin Chandra by Orient Black Swan. If you want to read the NCERT, it can be your starting point. It will take 2 days to read the NCERT, but don't expect anything out of it in the exam, is my point. Okay, it's just probably a novel that you want to read, nothing more than that. Now, that's there. In world history, again, even more specific, I want you to be. just stick to what is being given in the class handouts and the printout material. See, world history mein problem, what is there? For example, a few books are there. Norman Liu. Norman Liu world history is there, but the problem with Norman Liu is it just talks about World War I and II and Cold War era. It does not talk about French Revolution, all this period. So you read, इसमें भी अब मतलब दो हो जाएंगी, एक Norman Liu जो 1900 से 2000 के लिए होगी और एक उसके पहले के लिए. It's a waste. If one book you want to read for world history, Arjun Dev, modern world history, and it was an NCRT only, but it has been again published by Orient Black Swan. So if you just want to, so that's the only book I want you to refer to. Beyond that, आपको जो करना है आप internet and class and printout material से करिए. Don't get into the book debate. Okay, so either it's Spectrum or Bipin Chandra by Orient Black Swan, or this is for modern Indian history. For world history is you refer to Arjun Dev, and this is also by Orient Black Swan. That's it, and you with the class notes and also with the vision printout material. That's more than enough. I mean, I don't think so you need to go beyond this. You need to understand. More important than getting into too much into any subject is to be more comprehensive and do the basics of every subject. Okay, you have paper 1, 2, 3, 4, ethics optional. Okay, so don't just get too sentimental that कि जिसकी तो 4 ले ही आते हैं किताबें. Let's get 4 books for this topic at least. ये तो my core area is going to be history. History से कुछ भी आएगा, I'll definitely complete everything, every question from whatever is going to come from anything. History is going to give you 80 marks. That's the bigger picture here. Unless and until you have optional history, right? In that case, so obviously you'll do it anyways. So be focused on limiting your sources, sticking to 1 or 2 sources, whatever you need apart from that. Complement. Probably read a chapter from somewhere or ask your teacher that, sir, what do I need to specifically do for this particular topic? Never ask a teacher what book I need to read. Okay, so that is my understanding of this. Now let's come to art and culture. 5 minutes, right? Art and culture is important, but the problem with art and culture is what they ask in the mains examination is extremely tough. Okay, in the sense that at times they give simpler questions. For example, one of the simpler questions is how is the Harappan civilization related to urbanization and what were the lessons one could draw about urbanization from Harappan civilization, asked in the mains examination. Before today's Sunday's newspaper also has a whole big article on Harappan civilization in the Sunday magazine. Okay, so that's one thing that you need to know, that Harappan civilization though is important. Okay. So Harappan civilization, aspects of Harappan civilization are important both for the prelims and the mains examination. Next important thing is Buddhism and Jainism. ये Buddhism and Jainism के पीछे they're mad about these 2 topics. No offense to people from this religion. I'm saying UPSC is very passionate about Buddhism and Jainism. And how did it evolve? What are the principles of Buddhism and Jainism? What does one posture of Buddha mean? All of these things they've asked in your mains examination, in your prelims examination, repeatedly. So Buddhism and Jainism, high value areas. Next high value area is dance forms, classical dance forms. Classical dance form, not every other dance form, the classical dance forms, and where did it originate or some key features of that. So classical dance forms are important as well. Apart from that, paintings. Paintings are important in the sense that the comparison between the Mughal style of painting or the comparison with the Rajput style of painting, the Mysore style of painting, the Thanjavur style of painting, all of these comparisons between the different styles of painting styles in India is extremely important, prelims wise, but more from mains point of view. Okay, these styles of paintings and their comparisons, Mughal, Mysore, Thanjavur, all of these styles of painting are important. Rajput style, 4 major styles are important. Okay. Next important thing is temple architecture, extremely important. Okay. Not or the Nagara style, the Dravida style, the Vesara style, the North Indian style of temples, the South Indian style of temples, those in between. Extremely important for both prelims and mains examination. Paintings where there's also one thing that is also important apart from these four things is the rock cut paintings, is rock cave paintings. Cave paintings is important. Bhimbetka cave paintings is also, or prehistoric cave paintings is also important because Bhimbetka and there are few other important sites. Prehistoric cave paintings is also an important topic in the whole painting sphere. So what I want you to do, even from the art and culture point of view, is know the themes. Once you know the themes, you'll read them. Apart from these themes, there are few other themes which are possible in your mains examination. One is on textiles, or basically the various forms of organizing textiles in India that are there. Apart from the textile thing, one major thing from all of this is forgetting its name. But one major theme, apart from all of this, yes, is puppetry. Ye puppetry wala thing is also very important. In the sense that, for example, and this is something that comes in the Hindu, they've now repeatedly started doing it in their Sunday feature, is that there is a photo essay, right? If you see the Sunday Hindu, there is a photo essay inside. And they will often cover one major cultural form from one region. For example, from Karnataka, they covered the Yakshagana, okay, a couple of weeks ago. Okay, and what does it imply? They've already asked this in your mains prelims examination before, and they can ask this again. So some major cultural form जो आपके newspaper में आता रहता है, that you should know about. Often also what they do in relation to current is that every year in the Republic Day parade, there are certain dance forms, certain cultural forms which are given a special recognition, and there is a Press Information Bureau ka list which comes, which talks about that these are the major cultural forms that had a special tableau in the parade. So kuch forms ka there is a special tablets that they make and which is taken out in the parade. तो वो वाले भी आपको पता होने चाहिए. So these are the things I would tell you that is important. One thing about devotional forms that they are asking in the mains examination, for example, is comparison of Sufi. Sufi and Bhakti. What were the factors responsible for the rise of Sufi? What were the factors responsible for the rise of Bhakti? How did it influence India? That's something that is important from the mains examination. Shanti. Peace. Okay. So that's where I'll stop for. What for art and culture? See, as far as the books is concerned, 11th class NCERT is a must of art and culture. The red colored 11th class NCERT, it's a must. You should read it. Wherever you read, it's going to be much more easier if you see the photographs of it also. Just Google it. The NCERT has photographs of almost all the major things that are covered in the NCERT. But the NCERT, for example, does not talk about Buddhism and Jainism in greater depth. So you need to do that. Okay. The art and culture NCERT doesn't talk about that. So what you need to do is NCERT is a must. 101% you have to do it. And apart from the NCERT, I mean, there are many other sources, right? And for example, the Tamil Nadu history, people say Tamil Nadu history textbooks. If one thing you want to focus upon there is only the art and culture, I'll say, is predominantly. Don't read the whole textbooks there. So if you want, that is one source. The other source is the vision printout material. And the third source, probably people also talk about Nitin Singhania textbook. So the only thing I find problematic with that textbook is it's too thick. I don't want to read art and culture textbook. I mean, that's a low point in my life, I would say. I mean, what I'm basically trying to say is probably sticking to reading a whole book is not that useful a dividend strategy. Yes, if you can do, आप सारी चीजें एक साथ रख दीजिए. You read the whole Wikipedia, you'll qualify UPSC anyways, right? It's just like if you compile everything together, that does not mean that it's a comprehensive source. Volume is not what we are looking for. Preciseness of the text is what we are looking for. Okay, so that's why I'm saying preciseness is more important. And if you know the themes, you prepare it like this. If you don't know the themes, you look for textbooks. So NCERT plus CCRT plus vision printout is what I'll recommend. If you want Nitin Singhania, it's up to you. There's no problem with that. Anything? Yeah, now your doubts. You want to ask something or you want me to get out? It's up to you. Yeah. Tell me, anything that you want to ask me beyond this?
Sir, memorizing dates and all, that will work for the history optional also.
Memorizing dates and all, I don't, or the optional thing is completely separate, but I'm telling you that the whole memorizing dates feature is not that important. It's not important to memorize all the dates or the name of battles also too much. Just the key names and the key dates here and there, that's it. Not beyond that.
On your experience basis, as a technical branch, when you are taking history also, so it is going for critical or normal? For technical branch, like engineering.
See, if you want to take history as an optional, if you're coming from an engineering background, all of that, it's fine. It's the only problem with history as an optional is it's a bit wide. It will take a bit more time. But yes, it is a relatively static optional, you can take it. It doesn't mean that you have some really big obstacle to face if you're coming from a non-history background or non-social science background. You're from engineering, medical, whatever, you can do it. No problem as such, you'll not face. Anything else? Okay, thank you. And Smriti ma'am will talk to you about post-independence history and social issues. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Pratisha. I'm a faculty of Indian Society and Post-Independence with VISION IAS, and I also deal with this optional of sociology. So to begin with, see, the agenda for this session is how to help you in overcoming the challenges that you might face in civil services examination in 2018. So keeping that in mind, we would be proceeding with this session. So see, this is how I have intent to start. See, it's very important, whatever section, whatever subject you are picking up, you should be very thorough with why, what and how of that section. See, the challenge is not what to study and the content that you need to study, because more or less it is something which you have already studied in your school level. That is what the NCRTs you are studying. Maximum 11th and 12th needs to be added. So that's something that you have already studied, and you are much more, I must say, capable enough with respect to your intellect level to understand the content of this examination. Challenge is not the content. The challenge is the comprehensive coverage of the content within the limited time frame. That's the challenge you need to address. So what you need to do along with hard work is smart work. You need to strategize your preparation, that in what capacity a particular topic has to be prepared and how it is supposed to be prepared, and most importantly, why it is supposed to be prepared. Now see, so we are here to basically discuss about the section on Indian society. Now one thing is clear to everyone, that this is the section which was incorporated in 2013. Prior to that, Indian society was not specifically there as a part of your syllabus. Now see, everybody knows about the society. You are a part of this society. Minimum 21-year-old people are there in the class. So I can expect for 21 years, you are a part of this society. But nothing was there specifically in your syllabus. It was added only in 2013. So there has to be some agenda of UPSC that why this section has been incorporated, not just for the sake of it that we want to add something they have added. So there has to be some requirement. So can you just let me know what it can be? Why UPSC incorporated this section? You're going to be an administrator, right? So why do you think that they have added Indian society?
To understand Indian society.
To understand
the society, the problem, the facing today, what are the problems in the existing society?
Fine, okay. The one person says that you need to have an idea about the problems. Anything else?
Administrator work in the society.
Yeah. So yes, you have to be comfortable, or at least you should have a certain perspective about the Indian social system, because you would be working for the society and in the society. Anything else? To have an idea about different structures, institutions and people. May I say that? So to have an overall understanding. Anything else? Psychology of the society. Okay. The perception which is existing in the society. The attitudinal understanding. See, one very important thing that you need to realize along with these points is no society remains static. Do you agree to this? Every society changes with the time. So currently your Indian society is in the phase of transition, where it is no more traditional, but at the same time it has not become modern. So basically, to understand this transitional aspect of society, it is important to have an idea about Indian society. Now see, we have mentioned these points. Just keep these points in your subconscious mind, and keeping that point in mind, we would be preparing about the different topics. Now see, this is the importance of society in general that you need to study, because you need to govern Indian society. So you should be aware about the ground realities. The more you are aware, the better you can come up with the policies to eradicate social problems. As simple as that. But that's in general the importance of society. How important it is from this examination's perspective is something that you need to know. So for that you should be aware about how much weightage is assigned to Indian society in your examination. So to be very precise, this is basically the mains portion that needs to be covered. With respect to prelims, at max what you get is social schemes. So the schemes has to be prepared with respect to all the vulnerable sections. So with respect to prelims, it would be the indices, for example, the acts which have been passed, or the social schemes. But mainly Indian society as well as post-independence India is something which is being asked in your mains examination. Is that very clear? So the next thing that we will be talking about is the importance of this section with respect to the... Now, this is a general understanding that why you are supposed to study society, to develop a perspective, to develop a sensitivity. Often we say now one of the lacuna why the acts or the policies are not getting implemented is lack of sensitivity among the administrators. Whether it is vis-a-vis women, tribes, minorities, any one section. Okay? And most importantly, to apply the best practices to eradicate the social problems in the society. Now just have a look. This is the weightage which has been given to this section. Now, officially, society forms the part of paper 1, GS paper 1. Okay. So this is the weightage I have calculated with respect to paper 1. But now, given the last year's paper and prior to that, most importantly, 15 and 16, there is this interdisciplinary approach that has developed. Now they would not be asking you specifically the society question in paper 1. They are also incorporating those questions in other papers. For example, gender budgeting and women empowerment. That was last year asked in paper 3. Then there was a question on uniform civil code, which was asked in 2015 in paper 2. There was a case study with respect to caste system, with respect to migration. So all of that was there in paper 4. So there is no one paper in which you would be getting questions on society. And this would definitely help you in writing essays. So if you go by the cost and benefit analysis, as in the amount of effort that you need to put in and the reward which you can get, this is a good bet. As in, very limited amount has to be studied, and if you know the strategy of deconstruction of syllabus, the work would be very easier. And now the next part of the session would be, I'll tell you how to deconstruct the syllabus. And that is minimum that you have to study, and with that you would be able to answer majority of the question. Last year around 13 questions combined, all the 4 papers were from society, and there was a topic in the essay. And in case you have sociology optional, that would be an added advantage to it. Okay? So keeping this in mind, we have 2013 40 marks, 14 50 marks, 15 there was 72.5 marks, and 16 it was 60 marks. So you are getting considerable amount in paper 1 itself. Whereas in paper 2, 3, 4, that is the added questions which you are getting. Okay? So just have a look on the course content. And we will be discussing how to deconstruct the syllabus. The first topic, salient feature of Indian society. Now see, there is no book which specifically talks about what are salient features. So it is up to you that in what capacity you want to prepare. So I'll give you just one strategy. First of all, if you want to prepare in a very streamlined manner, so what you can do, just have a look at the syllabus. Then the next thing is make use of previous year questions, and based on both of this, try to prepare a list of expected questions. You would automatically be able to streamline your preparation. So if I look at the syllabus, salient feature of Indian society. So what can be the salient feature? What are salient features? Something which gives you a sense of uniqueness, which sets you apart from other societies. That becomes the salient feature. So what all can be the salient feature?
Secularism.
Secularism in a multicultural society. Absolutely. Secularism in a multicultural society. Anything else?
Language.
Diversity in India, and the diversity can be with respect to language, it can be with respect to religion, it can be with respect to caste, anything else? Region, ethnicity, Make sense? You can also add class. This is known as deconstruction of the syllabus. Okay? So what can be the third salient feature? Value system, cultural aspect. Fine. The culture. Anything else? Social stratification. And the stratification can be on the basis of anything. It can be on the basis of caste. Your society is stratified. That can be caste. That can be gender. So the other salient feature can be specifically your caste system. It can also be your... It can also be so it completely depends upon you that in what capacity you are deconstructing the syllabus. Is that very clear? So the first thing that you have to do, take a A4 size sheet and deconstruct the syllabus so that you get an idea that in what capacity you have to prepare that topic. And while doing that, you can take help of the previous year questions. Make sense? Okay? Let's take up the next, role of women and women organizations. Now see, what exactly we can do is that while you are preparing for the patriarchy, you can associate or connect this topic with role of women and women organization. And how you have to prepare the role of women? So what you can do, take women as the central point and role of women in family, role of women vis-a-vis caste system, role of women vis-a-vis religion, and then you can discuss role of women in agriculture, industry, service sector. Separately, you can also discuss about informal sector. There is growing participation of women in the informal sector, so that can be prepared like this. Because they have just mentioned one statement. Now it depends upon you in what capacity you are preparing yourself. You can also think of some other aspects or other perspectives. Completely, you have the freedom to do that. Is that very clear? Make sense? Okay? Next is women organizations. So basically what you have to do is that you need to analyze the role of women organizations from pre-independence period till the post-globalized era. So what you can do while you are preparing this women topic, divide it into different phases. One phase can be pre-1857, other can be freedom struggle, next can be 1947 to 75, then post 1975, and last will be post. So whenever you are preparing any topic, try to prepare it in phases. That gives you more clarity while you are preparing anything. Is that very clear? So how the role of women organizations or women themselves are changing in context of Indian society, you can prepare in different phases. 1857 se pehle, women were directly not participating. It were the social reformers. For example, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, who were raising the concerns of women. Then during freedom struggle, women did participate, but they did not raise the issues directly confronting patriarchy. It was more against the British rule. Similarly, you can prepare yourself in other phases. Is that very clear? Why did I mention 75? This is only for your general understanding. 75 to 85 was declared as a UN Decade of Women. And there was a sea change in the approach towards women. For example, prior to 75, it was women in development. Matlab, women was basically a passive recipient of the welfare policies. And post this decade, it became women and development. Matlab, women themselves started participating in the process of development. That is why the 75 is termed as a changing year. Okay? So that's a general understanding. Next is effect of globalization on Indian society. Now see, what you can do here is, any society, if I take this is Indian society, Any society has two aspects to it. One is structure and other is culture. Within structure, you have two parts. One is the institutions and second is the sections. What I mean by institutions is family, marriage, caste, education, media, religion, anything else you can discuss. Institutions are basically those organizations which serve some purpose of the society. For example, family. It helps you in socialization at an early stage. Family is the first school. Education. It helps you in building value consensus. So basically every institution performs some work of the society. So you can divide. Similarly, sections can be women, SC/ST or child, youth, old age. You can cover any with sections. That
Minorities.
Minorities, yeah, absolutely.
Differently abled.
Yes, absolutely differently abled. Transgenders, anyone. That completely depends upon you, that how extensive study you want to do. With respect to culture, we can say there are three aspects. One is homogenization. Second is hybridization. And third is revival of local culture. And then you have to discuss the impact of globalization on these. Just a common example to make you understand. You all have McDonaldization of food habits, burger culture, that is homogenization. Okay? But the McDonald's or any other food joint do not sell beef product. That is an example of hybridization. That we are taking the Western culture but trying to mix it with the traditional value system. However, International Yoga Day is an example of revival of local culture. So now did you understand how to prepare the impact of globalization? And this is how you can deconstruct the syllabus. It's very easy. I'm again saying content is not that tough. All you need to do is manage the time. That is more important. Is that clear? This is all, everything you will get in the newspapers also. Nowadays, you read editorials, open editorials. Everywhere you would get a considerable chunk of content. All you need to do is strategize. Is that clear? See? Chalo. Next is social empowerment. Now see, social empowerment basically means that you have to prepare yourself with respect to the vulnerable sections. Okay? What exactly is social empowerment? Anybody? You've heard of the word economic empowerment, political empowerment. Okay? What is social empowerment?
A particular class, we are empowering them. A particular class.
A particular class you would be empowering. Okay, that can be one aspect. Anything else? Reducing inequalities. Very well said. Anything else?
Giving more responsibility, responsible work as a decision-making power.
Yes, yes, very good. Social empowerment means to give you the autonomy to make decisions so that you can bring about changes in your social structures and institutions to reduce inequalities. Make sense? So you can combine all the perspectives that has been said in the class. Okay? Next is communalism, regionalism and secularism. Secularism we had already covered in the salient feature. How would you study communalism and regionalism? A general advice. We did mention a list of diversities. What are the problems associated with diversity? Just see. Linguistic diversity. What is a problem? Linguistic nationalism. Regionalism on the basis of language. Second was religious diversity. What is the problem associated with it? Communalism. Third was ethnicity. What is a problem related to it? Ethno-nationalism. So basically, with respect to all the diversities, you have to prepare the problems associated with the diversity, and your work would be done. One of the diversity was region-based. So what is the problem associated with it? Regionalism. So try to link the topics that you are preparing. Make sense? Next is population and associated issues. Now what you can do here is, do not get into the statistical aspect. What maximum you can do, make note or use of the census 2011 or any other report, recent report available, and try to analyze it. I'll explain what kind of questions come. We'll just see the kind of questions which UPSC is asking. Similarly, poverty and developmental issues, how you can address concept of poverty, models of poverty, approaches of poverty, how to measure poverty, causes of poverty, implications of poverty, government provisions, lacunas and suggestions. So this is a general advice to all of you that whenever you are preparing any social issue, please prepare it like this. This is the social issue. It can be anything. Poverty can also be a social issue. So first, the concept. Second, government provisions. Third, causes, implications, lacunas and suggestions. And while preparing the government provisions, divide it into constitutional provision, statutory conventions, government schemes, international conventions, and in case there is any judicial pronouncements. मतलब कोई अगर केस लॉज हैं तो उन्हें भी प्रिपेयर किया जा सकता है. See, the moment you prepare it like this, you have an idea. If the same topic comes in paper 2, you would be able to answer. Paper 2 is a polity paper, and no polity paper is complete without knowing the constitutional provision, judicial pronouncements, government schemes and policies. So it's a general advice. Don't think that this topic is in society, so I'll prepare it from only social perspective. It can be asked in any which paper. You have to prepare with respect to all the perspectives. So you will not realize you are not only preparing for society, you are also preparing for other sections. Is that clear? Okay? And the last is, that's a direct topic, urbanization, their problems and the remedies. They have already deconstructed it. So that's a very direct thing that they are expecting. So is this clear? Can we just have a look at the questions? See, just see the questions. I told you one thing, that no society is static. There is a process of transition. So neither you are traditional nor you are modern. That means there is a paradox. And if you realize, every question is based on a paradox. Read the first question. Social problems originating out of speedy process of urbanization. So what is the paradox? Urbanization is a sign of growth and development, but because of the speedy process, it is creating social problems. So there is a paradox. Read the next question. Male membership needs to be encouraged in order to make women organization free from gender biasness. Do you understand the paradox? Initially, we used to complain that women are not participating. In case there are women-specific organizations, women issues can be better tackled. But now the paradox they are asking, not only women organization, we need male participation to do away with the gender biasness. Make sense? Third, critically examine the effect of globalization on the aged population. You've already covered. If you see the nature of the questions, they are very easy provided you have covered the topic comprehensively. In case the question would have otherwise come, you might or may not have been able to answer. But now you have already prepared effect of globalization on old age. It's a direct question. You can easily fetch marks. Okay? Now just see the last. Growing feeling of regionalism is an important factor in generation of demand for a separate state. You have prepared regionalism. So this question can be easily answered. Everything comes from the syllabus. Why they had asked women organization? Because that was there in your syllabus. Role of women and women organization. Then urbanization. The topic was urbanization, problems and remedies. They have asked from the syllabus. They are not asking you anything apart from the syllabus. Next year. How does patriarchy impact the position of middle class working women? You have already studied patriarchy. You have already studied the role of women with respect to the different sectors. This question can be easily answered. You need to prepare, everything would come from the syllabus. Next, why do some of the prosperous regions have adverse sex ratio for the women? That's a question, that's a topic, this is directly there in your 12th NCRTs. Maximum you have to read 2 NCRTs, that's it. And along with that, you have to study current affairs to supplement the material. Nothing beyond that. Maximum what you need to do is answer writing. No amount of knowledge will help you clearing this exam if you're not able to produce that on the paper. So at the end of it, what matters is answer writing. Everybody knows why prosperous regions have adverse sex ratio. In what capacity and how well you present your content will decide whether you are in the list or you are out of the list. Next, life cycle of the joint family. You've already studied joint family as one of the salient features. You can easily answer. But can you see the paradox? A general understanding is traditionally we were joint. Now we have become nuclear. But they have asked you the life cycle. That means joint, nuclear, and then again joint. So a little extra effort needs to be given. So while you are preparing any topic, keep in back of your mind that your society is facing paradox. So everything has to be prepared positively as well as negatively. Is that clear? Next, dekh lo. Various economic and socio-cultural forces that are driving increasing feminization of agriculture. You have already prepared women with respect to agriculture. You can easily answer this question. So everything can be prepared, just deconstruct the syllabus. Next, how does Indian debates of secularism differ from that of debates in the West? हमने लिखा था ना, secularism is a unique feature of Indian society. So you have to understand the difference, how it is different from the West, and what makes secularization unique in context of India. First question, 4 cultural elements of diversity. Direct question hai. That's there in your syllabus now, diversity in India. So that's a direct question. Read the next. Whether growing population is the cause of poverty or poverty is the reason for the population increase. ये debate तो बहुत पुरानी है. Vicious cycle. So, a general understanding, whenever you prepare poverty, please prepare in the form of a vicious cycle. I'll give you an example. Poverty leads to disability, and disability leads to poverty. Poverty leads to unemployment. Unemployment leads to poverty. Poverty leads to social unrest. Social unrest leads to poverty. So whenever you prepare poverty, prepare it as both cause as well as consequence. Is that clear? Okay. Next, dekh lo. Sex ratio in tribes is better than sex ratio among scheduled caste. This is census report which you have to prepare. As in, there would be certain data in your census. So don't learn the data. Try to understand or analyze the reason behind that data. And that would just take 5 to 10 minutes. Usko Google pe dal ke aise dal dena ki why sex ratio is more in tribes as compared to the scheduled caste. You will get a list of articles of the newspaper. Pick any one article and prepare the content. Make sense? Okay? Chalo. Now, direct question. The positive and negative effect of globalization on women. Migration within and outside last 4 decades. Make sense? Migration, population and associated issue. So when you are preparing population and associated issue, prepare it from 3 dimensions. Fertility, mortality, and migration. Automatically the topic would be covered. Is that clear? These are the 3 indicators of population change now. Fertility, that is the birth rate, mortality is the death rate, and migration, the changing distribution pattern of your population. Okay? The last is with respect to the Dalit movement, which you will anyways covered in the caste system. ठीक है? बस ये last year का देख लो. To what extent globalization has influenced the cultural diversity in India? This is how it has impacted the cultural diversity. Somewhere it is homogenization, somewhere hybridization, and somewhere revival of local culture. So that's a direct question which you can answer. The second question is on poverty. Essential conditions to eradicate poverty is to liberate the poor from deprivation. It's a statement which is given to you and you need to substantiate with examples. Is that clear? This can be a question with respect to your essay also. Poverty is the worst form of violence. That's what Mahatma Gandhi has said. Hai na? So this is something you will get a question on poverty. Whether it is essay, whether it is paper 1, paper 2, paper 3, paper 4. Poverty, women, sustainable development. These are favorite topics. You would get a question on that. Okay? So just have a look on the rest of the questions. Why are tribals in India referred to as scheduled tribes? हम बोलते रहते हैं ना scheduled tribe, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, scheduled caste. So they have just asked you, एक बार reason बता दो बस. So what I'm trying to say that you have to prepare yourself with the specific informations also. And this anyways you will study in your polity. Polity में हम पढ़ते हैं ना which article deals with what. So you would study that. Just remember all these things. Next, brief background of the quality of urban life, objective strategy of smart city program. जो भी आपकी गवर्नमेंट का फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम होता है, the chances of getting questions on that is very prominent. Smart city is there, GST is there, surgical strikes, hot pursuit is there. You will get a question on that. So be prepared. Whichever is the flagship program of your government, you will get a question on that without fail. So be prepared for that. Next, basically regionalism इनका favorite topic है. More or less every year, every alternative year, you will get a question on regionalism. Now, this is what you're supposed to study. थोड़ा देखने में ज़्यादा लग रहा है, but ज़्यादा नहीं, सिर्फ NCERTs हैं, which anyways you're studying. So what I'm suggesting is minimum what is supposed to be studied, 2 NCERTs of class 12th, and they are Indian society and social change and development. This is the minimum that you have to study. So these are the 2 NCERTs of class 12th, Indian society and social change and development. Bas itna pad lena, and apart from that, whatever is the current development, substantiate your content with the current developments. Whatever report, whatever analysis, whatever newspaper articles you are getting, just try to make few notes of it, keeping in mind the syllabus. We have already deconstructed the syllabus, so you have a rough idea what kind of questions can come. So keeping that in mind, prepare a set of social issues. Is that clear? Apart from that, for the conventional static portion, only 2 NCERTs needs to be read. Make sense? Now see, all of you have different set of newspapers and articles at your disposal. Okay? Whichever newspaper you want to read, but read, at least read one newspaper. Do not blindly depend upon the institute's current affairs material, because that can give you the information, that cannot give you the analytical skills. That will develop only if you are reading the newspapers. So whichever newspaper you prefer, you read that. But there's one advice, please read Mint. It's a good piece of paper. And if you don't want to read the hard copy, take the online subscription, just flip through the pages. If you come across any good article, you can make points from it. It's a very good newspaper. Just start reading. Give yourself 1 week's time. In case you feel comfortable, continue. In case you don't, you can give up on that. But that's a good piece of information. Is that clear? Okay? Chalo. Very quickly, let's have a look on post-independence India. That's also something which is asked in your paper 1. See, with respect to post-independence India, it's a historical paper. So that's a general advice. Whenever you are attempting history paper, try to prepare with respect to the chronology, because that would help you in remembering the facts. Society is more about conceptual understanding, whereas post-independence India is more about the factual happening, as in the events which have happened in context of India post 1947. So what you can do, that's the simplest way, divide the entire period into the eras. First is Nehruvian era, that's 1947 to 64. Second is Lal Bahadur Shastri's era, that is provided 64 to 66. Then you have Indira Gandhi's period. Divide this period into 4 parts. One is 66 to 69, 69 to 73, 73 to 77, and 1980 to 84. Then it is Rajiv Gandhi's period. And then you can take up post 1990s period. Is that clear? While studying Nehruvian era, there are few important topics with respect to this examination. Integration of princely states, tribal consolidation, official language issue, state reorganization, and foreign policy. With respect to Shastri's period, issues during this period and 1965 war. Similarly, there are 2 things here. 1967, coalition politics, and 1969, split in Congress. Similarly, this period is known for 1971 war. This period, Gujarat unrest, Bihar unrest, JP movement, emergency. And this is known for Assam crisis, Kashmir issue, Punjab issue, Operation Blue Star, assassination of Indira Gandhi. This is how you have to prepare yourself. Similarly, Rajiv Gandhi period, the most important from the exam perspective is Sri Lankan Civil War. Apart from that, you can prepare other areas, that what political, technological, cultural developments happened during Rajiv Gandhi's period. So developments has to be prepared in every period. Whatever developments has happened, for example, Green Revolution, for example, land reforms, for example, social movements. So apart from this, 3 things have to be prepared. Land reforms, Green Revolution, and social movement. People, we have paucity of time, so I have to rush. So this is a brief understanding of how post-independence has to be prepared. Is that very clear? Any doubt with respect to this thing? Land reforms में cooperatives भी आता है. तो land reforms, Bhudan, Gramdan movement, Operation Flood, that has to be prepared. So इसके साथ मैं अलग से लिख देती हूँ cooperatives. ठीक है? See, in 2013 there were 5 questions. 14 and 15 there were basically no question. But in 2016 again there was a question. So with respect to post-independence India, you never know when UPSC might ask you a question. See, what I'm trying to tell you, these are those portions, if you prepare, you will never falter. Because you know the questions are coming on the expected lines. And that holds true for both society as well as post-independence. If you have prepared, you will be able to answer. Okay? This is just the syllabus. They have given 1-line syllabus. And this is the deconstruction of the syllabus. Post-independence, consolidation and reorganization within the country. So that's the syllabus. Okay? So this is how you have to prepare yourself. Just have a look at the question very quickly. These are the direct questions that you get. Discuss the objectives of Bhudan Gramdan movement. You've already studied under land reforms. Evolution of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. 1965, war. Discuss the contribution of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad to pre- and post-independent India. These are certain questions which you might not be aware of. For example, they can ask any personality question. Role of C. Rajgopalchari in the rise of the Swatantra Party. They can ask you anything. So that is something one should be prepared. In case you know, good enough. In case you don't, it's okay. There are many who will not be knowing it. So it can be managed. Okay? Analyze the circumstances leading to Tashkent Agreement in 1966. You've done that. Critically examine the compulsions which prompted India to play a decisive role in emergence of Bangladesh. You have prepared that. So that's a direct question that you are getting. Last year the question is, has the formation of linguistic states strengthened the cause of Indian unity? You have prepared yourself. यही था ना state reorganization on linguistic lines during the Nehruvian period. So you are preparing yourself. So in case you prepare, there are direct questions, you would be able to answer them. These are the 3 books that is supposed to be read. But the most important piece of book that you should read is India Since Independence, Bipin Chandra. Ramchand Guha, if you don't want to, you can still skip that book. But at least NCERT, you should read, because there are certain portions of that NCERT which will help you in international relations also. So there is a chapter on international relations in that book. So that would anyways help you. Please stick to Bipin Chandra and class 12 NCERT, Politics in India Since Independence. Ramchand Guha you can avoid. In case you want to, good enough, go ahead. In case you don't have time, so you can do Bipin Chandra. And prepare yourself with respect to these events. For every event, you should have at least 150 words right up. Is that clear? Make sense? Okay? So that's all from my side. In case you have any doubt, you're most welcome to drop me a mail on this. Wish you all the very best, people, and may you get success in this examination soon. By the way, I think this PPT would be available on the platform also. So in case you want to have a look on previous year question papers and everything, you can have it. Thank you.
Hello, yes. Good afternoon. Yeah, please. Hi, this is Pratik Gupta this side. Yeah, I'm with the Vision IAS for the last 3 years, and I'm being responsible here to cover the economics portion. Like economics, as you know, is one of the most dynamic portion of the UPSC examination for civil services. So first of all, I'll tell you, that what kind of syllabus has been provided by the UPSC when it comes to the economics portion for both prelims as well as mains examination. Okay. Now, see, like in case of preliminary examination, we're just having three things provided in the syllabus. Like first of all, you're having the basic principles of Indian economy. The second thing is social schemes of the government, and the third thing is social development through economic empowerment. So point is, the syllabus of the prelims examination is not well defined by UPSC. You're just having three brief points that you're having the question from these areas. So the point is that we can interpret all these things in a different way. Like for example, in case of basic principles of Indian economy, you can say that the question may be asked on the banking portion, fiscal policy, inflation, foreign trade, foreign exchange, capital market, these kind of things will be covered. But if you see the pattern of UPSC last few years, then what you will find, the questions are being asked from different areas. So syllabus in case of UPSC prelims is not very well defined. It's just that three broad topics are being provided. Like as you can see in case of this analysis, that we're having questions from population, then we're having questions from employment, planning and development, national income, poverty, price and inflation, then you're having agriculture, industry, public finance, money and banking, foreign trade, assistance, liberalization, infrastructure, inclusion, sustainable development, security and miscellaneous. So point is, syllabus is not very well defined. It's just that you have to cover everything. So point is, whatever thing you're reading in the mains examination, you're also supposed to read in the prelims. Like for example, sustainable development is a part of your main syllabus, but the question has been asked from this. Like if you see, the money and banking is a core topic, that is for prelims point of view, but the point is this year they have also asked a question in the mains examination. So thing is, though I'm trying to bifurcate the prelims and main syllabus, but it is very difficult to segregate the things, because question from the prelims topic can be asked in the mains also, and the question that is from the main syllabus can also be asked in the prelims examination. But overall, you have these broad topics of the last few years. So when you're not able to find something, you're putting in the miscellaneous. So miscellaneous topics are not there. It's just that one question was asked, and I don't remember that what exactly that topic was from which this question was asked. Okay. Then after that, if you see the weightage, that what kind of weightage you're having for the economics in the prelims examination, then in 2010 you're having 36 questions, then 16, 19, 18, 22, 15, 29. So on an average you're having 22 questions from the economics. So you can expect almost 1/5 or 20% of the paper of UPSC prelims from economics area. So the point is, you cannot skip this thing. Okay, so that is very relevant area from the examination point of view for prelims. Okay, now when it comes to the main syllabus, now what is good thing about the mains, that you are having the topics that has been clearly defined by the UPSC. Like earlier, before 2011-12, when the syllabus of the mains was not clearly defined, so it was very difficult for the students to decide what thing I need to refer, what thing I need to skip. But now we are having a defined syllabus, so that has been very easy for you to decide that these things are the part of syllabus and I need to read it, and the remaining thing I can skip. Okay. So in this area, you are having mainly the economics portion in the paper 3, and you're also having certain questions they're asking in the paper 2 also. So like in this one, you're having Indian economy and issues related to planning, mobilization of resources, then growth, development, employment, and inclusive growth, government budgeting, transport and marketing of agriculture produce and issue related constraints, then e-technology in the aid of farmers, then issue of buffer stock, technology mission, animal rearing, food processing industry, land reforms, liberalization, changes in the industrial policy. That means about the planning that we're having after 1991 when the economy was on the verge of bankruptcy. Then issue related to poverty and hunger, important international institution, like under that you're having question from WTO, World Bank, IMF, these kind of things. Then you're having direct and indirect subsidies, then PDS system, then infrastructure and investment model. These 19 topics are a part of main syllabus. Okay. Now, what kind of weightage you are having? If you see the weightage of economics in paper 2 and paper 3, then in 2013 they asked almost 135 marks of question. In 14, 130. In 2015, 150. And 2016 you're having 12 question, that is for 150 marks. So on an average, you're getting 141 marks of question. That means around 14 to 15% weightage is there for the economic section in your mains, in paper 2 and paper 3 combined. Okay? Don't worry, if anybody need this particular slide, I'll give my email address. You can simply mail me, I'll send it to you. So just that, for the timing, just listen what I'm trying to say. Okay? Now, what kind of sources that is required that you can refer for preparing economic section? So like normally people are saying that you should go for NCERT. Okay, so if you want to go for the NCERT thing and you're preparing your own, then these 4 NCERT that you can refer. Like in case of 9th standard NCERT, the title is Social Science Economics and chapter 1, 2 and 3 and the final chapter in the name of Food Security. So point is, you're not supposed to refer the entire NCERT book, only those chapters which are relevant from our syllabus point of view. Okay, that's why I simply mark that these chapters are required. In 10th standard, you are having books named Understanding Economic Development. So under that, chapter number 1, 2, 3, 4 and the last chapter called Consumer Right. That is required to study. Then in case of third one, that is 11th standard NCERT book, the name is Indian Economic Development. That book is being, referred entirely. Because this book is being kind of very general and you're having only certain aspects about the economic development of India. Okay. Now when it comes to 12th NCERT, this is about macroeconomics. So in 12th you are having micro and macro both. There is no need to read about the micro because micro is not a part of our syllabus. Only macro is supposed to be followed. So in case of macroeconomics, we are having chapter number 3, 5 and 6. But these chapters are being kind of very much technical because you're having information about banking, fiscal policy, foreign trade, inflation, these kind of things. So little bit technicalities you will get in this particular chapters. And moreover, you're not supposed to buy any of the NCERT. All these books are free over the website, of which ncert.nic.in. So when you go to this particular website, when you click it, just download these chapters. Okay, and then refer it. Okay, that is when you are preparing your own. Okay, then once you will finish this NCERT thing, then you're having the books that you're supposed to refer. So in market, you're having so many books about the Indian economy. Like the very first one, you're having Indian Economy by Datan Sundram. Then you're having Indian Economy by Mishra and Puri. Then you're having Indian Economy Performance and Policies by Uma Kapila. And you're having Indian Economy by I.C. Dhingra. I'm not saying that you have to buy all the 4 books. Just buy one out of these 4. Because all the books are being kind of same. And all of them are being written by the writer from the Delhi University BCom Honors, Indian Economy point of view paper. That is in I think 2nd year and 3rd year. Okay, just refer any one of these 4. Okay, and moreover, you're not supposed to refer the entire book. Just mark those chapters which are being part of your syllabus. Okay, whatever is being part of your syllabus, do mark it and read it. Yes, sir.
So what about Ramesh Singh if someone already read?
Sir, if you ask me, then I won't suggest this book because that book is being kind of very bulky. And unnecessary things have been provided in that particular book. So you can skip it. That's why I'm saying these books are being very much relevant if you will only read those chapters which are being part of your syllabus. Like the book which you're saying, under that, like let's suppose when you're reading about the inflation topic. In this book, they have defined almost 20 to 25 types of inflation. That is not relevant from the examination point of view at all. You are supposed to refer only those inflation that is part of your, current discussion in the newspaper. Okay, any of these books. So if you ask me that which book I like out of these 4, then for me, this book is being really good. That I personally like I.C. Dhingra a lot. Because the kind of language, the kind of way of explanation, and moreover the kind of current things that has been going, he has explained everything in the book. So do buy the latest edition, do not buy the old one. And once you will finish any of these books, then you can refer this book also. Indian Economy Since Independence by Uma Kapila, because this book is more relevant from mains point of view. Okay, but again I'm saying, whatever thing is being there as a part of your syllabus, you're supposed to read that only. do not refer the entire book because all these books are almost 1,000+ pages. But once you mark the chapter, it will be hardly 200 or 300 pages that you need to read. Okay, that is the good. That's why I'm saying, if you go by the syllabus, then the things will be easier for you. Then if you're not joining, like if you're joining coaching, then there is no need to refer the book. What you can supposed to do, just refer the institute's notes that will be provided in the hard copy form. Then after that, whatever things we'll discuss in the class, that you will write in your book. And then after that, whatever handout provided by me. So what I have done, for the sake of preparation for this examination, these books I referred. And whatever things that is relevant from the examination point of view, I simply copied it. And I simply jotted down in the notes. So I made notes of my own from these books, plus the Government of India's website, like Ministry of Commerce and Industry, like you're having MOSPI, then you're having the Ministry of Foreign Trade, these kind of websites are there. Plus you're having Ministry of Finance. Plus I also use the economic survey, that the budget document, and moreover, the certain other reports provided by the Government of India. And I simply copied that thing, which is relevant from our examination point of view. And I simply copied it and provided the notes form. So when you join it, you will get the handouts from my side from these books only. So I am not writing that this thing I copied from this. It's just that I refer the sources, that these are the sources which I am following it, and I am providing you. So there your efforts will be minimized. That you're not supposed to buy any book and just refer the notes and moreover the class discussion that we have in the class, plus your daily newspaper reading. So that is, the thing that you're supposed to follow. Now, sometime what I found that people are being kind of very much scary when it comes to the economics section. Like the session name is what? That the challenges that you're facing when it comes to the preparation for this examination. Okay, so that is the syllabus in front of you and the kind of books you need to refer. Now my question from your side, then what kind of challenges you people are facing? I hope that you have all started the preparation for civil services. Like 1 month, 2 months back you must have started. Tell me, what kind of challenges you are facing so that I will be able to help you out. Like if I'll tell you, I was talking to one of my student who scored I think 15th rank this time. He is a student from this institute only. So I was asking him, that what kind of challenges you face when it comes to the preparation. So what he said, sir, in the very first attempt when I was preparing, I was like that I need to know everything about everything. So let's suppose if I was reading about the fundamental rights, if I was reading, let's suppose, about the DPSP, if I was reading about, let's suppose, the preamble, then just for the sake of knowing things in very detail, I start referring the assembly discussion that happened in 1947 till 1949, like the time when we prepared our constitution. So start following the Constituent Assembly details, that what kind of thing they have in their mind when it comes to adopting the constitution, or you can say adopting different parts from the different parts of the world's constitution. So he said, sir, only just because that my keenness was there to know a lot of things, that I wasted a lot of time. So in the very first attempt, when he cleared the prelims and he appeared for the mains, the thing is that he was short of content. Why? Because he read only few things. He was not able to cover the entire syllabus. Why? Because he was referring unnecessary things. Getting my point or not? Now in the very second attempt, what he did, he said, sir, next time what I did, I simply referred only those things which are being part of syllabus, and I simply try to analyze the entire mains examination paper of last few years and the prelims examination paper, so that I will be able to know that what kind of level is of the UPSC exam, and when I'm preparing something, till what level I need to go for the sake of preparation. So by way of that, I was able to save a lot of time, and I only read from general perspective, because if you see the UPSC mains paper, the questions are all general. So at the second time, I was not short of content, but the point is I was short of time. Because you know that when it comes to attempting 20 questions in just 3 hours, and you have to write almost 200 words. So how many words you need to write? Almost 4,000 words. So that has been little difficult. So he said, second time I was not short of content. Second time I was short of time. And I did well, and I scored 15th rank this time. So he scored in second time. So point is that if in the UPSC examination, if you will manage yourself, because sometimes what happened, it is being very difficult to manage ourselves. When you start reading something, you think that I need to read this, I need to read that, I need to, refer this particular thing. Like for example, a few days back when I was discussing the banking in our class. So somebody asked me, sir, what is the point of, this bad banks? So I simply said bad bank is basically about taking care of the bad assets of the various, the banks that you're having in the economy. No, sir, you have to tell me that how the things will work. My point is that in UPSC prelims, they will ask you about the bad banks. They will only ask you the concept like this. That bad banks was in news recently. What is the meaning of that? And the maximum statement that will provide you in the various statement that bad bank is basically for the purpose of absorbing the non-performing assets of the bank. They won't ask you more than that. But if I will start telling you that as per the statement given by Viral Acharya, that is the Deputy Governor of the RBI, that we are having 4 types of bad banks and under this we are going to follow one, then the point is, though I can tell you that I know everything, but point is, that is not useful from an examination point of view. So the point is, when you're preparing for this examination, 2 things please do before the preparation. Try to analyze the last 3 or 4 years prelims as well as mains paper. And secondly, do see the syllabus properly. And you need to, focus on those areas more which are having more. I'm not saying that you're supposed to avoid the other. I'm saying you're supposed to focus syllabus about those areas which requires updation all the time. Why? Because that will help you in terms of reading the newspaper properly. Like for this purpose, what I've done, I simply divided the syllabus, into different sections. Instead of dividing the syllabus, from the paper perspective, like paper 1, paper 2, and paper 3, and paper 4, what I've done, I simply divided the syllabus as this, that you're having topics. Like in case of this one, we're having the first topic is Indian heritage and culture. So you're having certain subtopics as per the syllabus. Then you're having the second, that is history of world and society. Then third, you're having geography of the world. Then fourth, you're having constitution. Then you're having governance and politics. So in total, in mains and this mains examination having in total 13 topics. And the last one is what? Issues of integrity and aptitude. So if you know that what kind of things requires updation, then you know that it is IR, economics, then you're having governance, then moreover you're having science and technology, and then you're having environment and ecology. These kind of things are basically having updation all the time. So if you're having the subtopics of these areas in your mind, so when you read in the newspaper, it is being easier for you to decide that these things I need to refer and these things I need to simply skip. That will help you in terms of reducing your time when it comes to reading the newspaper. Because if you go by this analysis, then in total you are having 13 topics that you need to prepare for mains examination. Plus you also need to prepare your language paper, like you all are from English medium, so you need to prepare the Hindi paper also, the compulsory in mains. I'm telling you, every year around 2,000 to 3,000 people are failing in the language paper itself. Because आप सब लोगों ने last time हिंदी लिखी होगी 10th में. So now when it comes to writing your name also, that you will be kind of little hesitant. यार spelling ठीक है नहीं है, मात्रा ठीक आ रही है नहीं आ रही है. And somebody will ask you to write, let's suppose, fiscal policy in Hindi. What is the Hindi of fiscal policy? राजकोषीय नीति. So when you write राजकोषीय like this, यार पता नहीं इसमें छोटे ऊ की आएगी बड़े ऊ की आएगी. So you'll get confused like this. And then what happened? You will commit a lot of mistakes and you will fail in Hindi. So you also need to prepare the language paper in case of a mains, because you have to score 40% passing mark. And if you want to be able to clear this language paper, then what happened? They will not evaluate your GS paper and the other. So things will be end that itself. So one language paper, plus you also need to prepare essay, plus you also need to prepare one optional paper. Under that you are having 2 papers. So in total you are having 17 areas. And how many days you are giving for the preparation? 1 year, 365 days divided by 17. So you are having almost 21 days to prepare one topic. Imagine how less time you people are having for this examination preparation. In 3 weeks, you need to cover modern history. Then in the next 3 weeks, you need to cover world history. Then you need to cover economics, polity, and so many things. That's why I'm saying, when you people are reading newspaper daily, if you're having in your mind that I am having these topics as a part of my syllabus and I need to refer these, then that will help you in terms of saving your time. So do the analysis properly before the preparation. Getting my point or not? Now tell me, what kind of challenges you people are facing? Any question that from your side? Feel free to ask.
So, like understanding all the topics like SCBI is there, so they are giving the different reforms in the current newspaper.
Which one?
So SCBI.
Okay.
The other organizations also there from the Indian economy. So when those are giving, we can't memorize or understand all those topics. Always other forms are also coming. So we used to get manipulated, which defines for what and which defines for what.
देखिए सर, point जो आप कह रहे हैं that when you're having the news regarding SEBI and the other thing, now the question is, if you see the paper, then they're hardly asking question about the various agencies and the other bodies. They're only asking the current development. If they will ask question regarding this, then they will ask you that how these bodies are being able to manage things in a proper manner or not. Give your own opinion. They will have question like this. So not supposed to know the things about the act which governs these bodies. Point is, that's what I'm saying, that if you see the paper properly, then it will not be difficult you to understand that if I'm reading this particular article in the newspaper, then whether I need to refer it completely or not. Getting my point or not? That thing you will be able to know only when you know the proper analysis. And for that purpose, what you can simply do, you can simply download the analysis from our website. We have the complete analysis about the prelims and mains. समझ पा रहे? तो पेपर को जब देखेंगे, एनालाइज करेंगे, तभी आप समझ पाएंगे कि मुझे पढ़ना कितना है और किस लेवल तक पढ़ना है. Like this year they asked a question about the प्रधानमंत्री जन धन योजना. Okay, in your mains examination. So in this question they have not asked you that what are the provisions of the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. They asked you only that how this Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana is being helpful in terms of doing the financial inclusion. Okay, so they are asking you general perspective. That's why the name of the examination is what? Civil services. Civil is what? That you have to do work for lot of people. And under that you need to have the knowledge of about everything. They're not asking you to get mastered everything. They're asking you to have the knowledge about basic of everything. That's why you have to read so many things. So the syllabus which the UPSC has prepared for this examination, I'm telling you, this is mainly from IAS. Though you're having services like IPS, IRS and the other, but the syllabus has been designed mainly from IAS point of view. Why? Because suppose when you be posted as a DM in a district, if you're not having basic knowledge about the economics, polity, moreover the geography, then you won't be able to understand the problem. Like suppose one area is having mainly issues about the topography of one area, then soil problem in the other. Then if you have the basic knowledge about the geography, then you will be able to understand things in a proper manner. Then why they're asking you to read about the science and technology, missile system and the other? Because maybe it is possible that in the future time you will be posted as a defense secretary in the defense ministry. Then that time you need to have the basic knowledge about the defense equipments also. Then how the things actually work. What is the defense procurement policy of the government of India? So they're asking you to read basics only. समझ पा रहे हैं? तो syllabus जो एग्जाम का है वो केवल IAS पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से है. अगर मान लीजिए कल को आप IRS बन जाते हैं, इनकम टैक्स कमिश्नर बनते हैं, so in that case when you will go for your training, they will train you about the income tax act, that how the things are being happening in the income tax area. So there they will not tell you about the basic problems faced by the people and the other thing. That is in case of IAS training, they will only tell you about the income tax thing, because there you need to work only about the income tax. और आपका काम क्या होगा? गवर्नमेंट के लिए कमाई करके लेके आना. Yes or no? So that's what I'm saying, that if you're not having the proper knowledge about the syllabus, then what kind of topics are there, it will be difficult for you to understand, and moreover the analysis of the paper. Okay, because if I'll show you the questions, see, in case of questions referred by this examination, then like this question was asked in the last prelims. Recently, which of one of the following currencies has been proposed to be added to the IMF's SDR? So answer is Renminbi. So questions are not tough. It's just that whatever current developments are happening and moreover the conceptual thing are there, they're asking. So answer, it is Renminbi. So as soon as you will read the question, if you are being aware about the current development, then you will say that is the answer. You will only search for the right option, nothing else. Moreover, if you see the next question, then in this one they are asking you Which of the following best describe the term import cover sometimes seen in the news? As I'm saying that they're asking questions from the current perspective only. So last year this thing was in news about the import cover when a foreign exchange reserve was increasing or decreasing, very frequently. So answer is what? What do you think? What is the answer? Answer is it's D. It is the number of month of import that could be paid for by a country's international reserves. Okay. So point is, questions are not of it is all conceptual and moreover the things which are being appearing in the news in the recent time. Moreover, why I said in the early, like when I was starting this session, that currently you cannot segregate between mains and prelims. Like if you see this question, like normally we're discussing the subsidies topic from mains point of view, but they asked question about the subsidy in this prelims. So when you discuss about the fertilizer subsidy in your classroom as a part of main syllabus, so there we're discussing about the neem coated urea, that what is the benefits of spraying the neem oil on the urea that we're using in our agriculture. So when you discuss this thing, so they're asking in the prelims also. That's why I'm saying in prelims you can expect question from anywhere. That's why there is a no defined syllabus for this thing. Getting my point or not? And if you see the mains questions, then the questions are very general. Like if you see this question, what were the reasons for the introduction of FRBM Act 2003? Discuss critically its salient features and effectiveness. So again in this question you can see they're not asking you the provisions of the act. They're only asking you the reasons for the introduction. That means a general perspective they're asking. Then after that, discuss critically its salient features and effectiveness. If you're not able to achieve this, then what were the main reasons behind that? So the question is general in nature again. If you see this one, examine the impact of liberalization on companies owned by Indians. Are they competing with the MNC satisfactorily? So again, you're not supposed to have a lot of technical knowledge about things, just a basic knowledge you need to have. And lastly, as you can see, women empowerment in India needs gender budgeting. What are the requirements and status of gender budgeting in the Indian context? So, point is, when you discuss about the various schemes in the class and moreover the meaning of this gender budgeting, you can answer this. So, they're not asking you tough question, they're only asking the general question. Because the name of the paper is what? General Studies. Paper number 1, 2, 3 and 4. That is the name of the paper, nothing else. Yes or no? So, do not be worried. Like so many people will tell you, that you need to give 2 years, 1.5 years, and so much time for the preparation. I'm telling you, more than 1 year is sufficient. Not more than 1 year. If you're giving it properly, then it is more than enough. And then after that, just 1 year of the entire examination process. So in 2 years, where you will be? In Missouri? Yes or no? For your training purpose. So the thing is, if you go properly, if you plan properly and you execute your plan, then the things are not tough. But if you will only think, if you will not execute it, then nobody can help you in this case. Getting my point or not? So, if you're planning for it, go for it. But do it properly. Be regular to your preparation. Do not be careless. Like, do not think in this way that today I'm not having a mood to read newspaper. I'll read it tomorrow. Then I'm telling you that tomorrow will never come. Because tomorrow you're having again one more newspaper or the next day, then you need to read that one. You'll feel bored after reading Hindu because that is the most bored newspaper in the entire world, I would say. Yes or no? So point is, when you read this thing, next day, छोड़ यार आज हिंदू नहीं पढ़ रहा कल वाला फिर कल पढ़ूंगा फिर कल आपका आएगा फिर परसों वो स्किप हो जाएगा माइंड से कि वो मुझे पढ़ना भी था. So that's why I'm saying that you have to be regular. If you're not, then it will be difficult for you. समझ पा रहे नहीं पा रहे? I'm telling you this examination is not tough at all. It's just a donkey's job. Donkey means that you need to carry a lot of weight on your shoulder. Imagine 13 areas. यार कौन कहता है पढ़ने के लिए? कॉलेज में मास्टर्स हो जाते हैं 2 सब्जेक्ट पढ़ के. यहाँ पे 13 एरिया पढ़वा के वो एक एग्जाम पास करवा रहे हैं. जॉब किसकी मिल रही है? IAS. There you need to work from 9 to 6. Not 9 to 6. You have to work from 9 to 12. Sometimes 9 to 2 also. Okay? So job is being kind of, very hectic. But when it comes to passing it, it is even more hectic. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes. What else? Any question you want to ask? Tell me.
So what should we read from the ministry websites apart from reports?
So, देखिए, when it comes to reading from the ministry's website, instead of going to the ministry's website, just follow the PIB daily. There is a website of PIB, Public Information Bureau. There we are having news about the various ministries from every day, that what kind of new thing is being launched by that ministry on this particular day. Whatever thing you are seeing, if you think that is being related to my syllabus, then read it. Otherwise, leave it.
Because there is too much information.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If you see, that's why I'm insisting on this. See the syllabus, see the question paper. Because if you will give 1 week to analyze the syllabus and moreover the question paper that I am telling you, you will be able to save even 1 or 2 months in your preparation. Why? Because that will help you in terms of deciding कि हाँ यार ये पढ़ना ये छोड़ना है. Like currently when I take Hindu newspaper, because everything about the syllabus is in my mind. Okay, so when I'm taking Hindu in my hand, I'm telling you I'm not giving more than 20 minutes to this paper. Why? Because hardly 5 or 6 news are being relevant from our examination perspective daily. And out of the 10 articles that you're having on this editorial page, hardly you're having 1 or 2 articles that is being relevant. So as soon as you have this clarity in your mind that I need to go there, and for this I'm having this particular path, it is not difficult. जब कभी टूर पे घूमने जाते हैं, मनाली, शिमला कहीं पे भी जाते हैं, यूएस भी घूमने जाते हैं, तो you are having complete plan in your mind that I need to take this flight, I need to stay in this hotel, I need to go there, I need to go there, and I'm going to spend this much. When you're planning for that thing so much, why not you're planning for this examination by seeing the way? And what is the way? Syllabus and question papers of last year. If you do this thing too properly, then I'm telling you, nobody can stop you to become IAS. Only luck factor will be there, like 10-20% share is being there. पर मान लीजिए लक साथ में नहीं है तो पूजा कर लेंगे थोड़ी. पंडित का एड्रेस मैं देता हूँ. ऐसा ना.
The writing part, in answer writing, the Venn diagrams or the bullet points, are we fine for the economics?
Yeah, fine. देखिए sir, there is no hard and fast rule when it comes to write the mains paper answer. You can use paragraph, you can use bullet points, you can use diagrams, whatever it is. Whatever thing that you find that it is good to fulfill the demand of the question, do it. Have you ever seen that UPSC's demand that you have to provide the mains examination paper in this particular way? They're only giving you syllabus and they're giving you freedom to write. But now you're having one constant, that is the space is a constant. So in a given space, you have to complete your answer. So if you think that the diagram will be able to fulfill the demand of my question, provide it. If you think that bullet points is much better, provide bullets. But if you think paragraph form is better, it is good. Because sir, I'm not saying that I'm just giving you this thing, whatever is being said by the various people. Like if I'll tell you in our group, in our college, like when I passed from the Delhi School of Economics, and my lot of friends who are part of the St. Stephen's Shriram College of Commerce, then around 13 people were there who started preparation. Currently out of 13, 11 are in service. हमारे ग्रुप में 13 में से 11 सर्विस में आज, रैंक 5, रैंक 6, रैंक 11, रैंक 93, rank 176, 186, these kind of ranks we are having in our group. And I'm telling you, we have never followed that we have to follow this particular way of writing. Like I was very comfortable in terms of writing the paragraph and moreover the point form, so I was using both. One of my friend who scored 5th rank, he was using only point form. One of my friend who used the other way, he got 6th rank. So you cannot say that this is the best way to write. Point is, the one who will top, that is the best way to write for that particular year. Getting my point or not? So do not limit yourself like when it comes to writing answer. Just that structuring has to be proper. The connectivity between the paragraph has to be proper. Otherwise, whatever way you want to follow, follow it.
One more thing, sir. While incorporating data in our answer, so should we go for the latest data available right now?
In economics or?
For the last census, especially for population or ethnic data?
Sir, follow census. If you are providing data regarding population or the other, mention the last census only. Because the whatever data you are having from the various agencies, like currently the saying, India's population is 129 crore. कोई कहता है 128 करोड़, मुझे लगता है 130 से भी ज्यादा हो गए हैं शायद, जिस तरह से बढ़ रही है. Okay.
Perspective has become 945 crore.
Yeah, exactly. So point is follow census data. Okay. Now, if somebody is asking that that as we have seen recently that we are saying that we will cross China by 2023. So that is our, what you say, the positive point. That we are being so good in terms of increasing population, that we are keep on preponing our target. Like early target was 2067, then 2045, then 27, then 23. Maybe it is possible after one you will say it is 2020 only.
This is the only target we do not miss.
Exactly. So point is follow census data. But if you think that I have a good way of or good logic to provide number, then you can provide. जैसे आपको लगता है कि पिछले 3 सेंसस में हमारी ग्रोथ इतनी रही है पॉपुलेशन की, एवरेज किया तो यार इस बार इतनी तो आ जाएगी.
We can mention there.
Yeah. So you can say as per the average of last 3 census, we can expect that the population of our country in 21 census will be this much. So that will not be a wrong figure because you're just guessing as per the past experiences. What else? Any questions you're having?
Content went in the current affairs also. This time more than 25 is concerned with the economy only, sir.
Okay.
The main current affairs for VISION IAS. So, sir, we have to restrict the content, or otherwise the VISION current affairs, whatever the content there we can be able to.
देखिए सर, हमारी कोशिश ये रहती है हमारे करंट अफेयर्स के नोट्स में कि आपको सिर्फ जो सिविल सर्विस पॉइंट्स ऑफ व्यू से रेलिवेंट चीजें वो प्रोवाइड करें. अब देखिए आपको हमने टॉपिक दे दिया नोट्स के अंदर कि ये सर चीजें न्यूज में अपीयर हुई है. अब ये आपको डिसाइड करना है कि वो चीज प्रीलिम्स पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से इंपॉर्टेंट है, मेंस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से इंपॉर्टेंट है. अगर हम लोग अपने नोट्स के अंदर आप ये मानिए ना उस चीज की एक्सप्लेनेशन देने लग जाए आपको कि मान लीजिए अगर एसडीआर के बारे में कोई न्यूज है उसमें एसडीआर पूरा समझा दें आपको, तो आप हमारे नोट्स ही पढ़ने छोड़ देंगे. हमारा पर्सपेक्टिव ये होता है नोट्स बनाने में कि जब हम नोट्स बना के आपको दें तो आपको ये चीज का आइडिया लग जाए कि ये चीज न्यूज में और ये सिविल सर्विस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से इंपॉर्टेंट है. अगर आपको ये लगता है कि वो मेंस पर्सपेक्टिव से ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है तो उसमें अपने हिसाब से उस चीज को तैयार कर लीजिए. और अगर आपको लगता है प्रीलिम्स पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से इंपॉर्टेंट है तो सर उसके लिए रेलिवेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन ऑलरेडी देयर है, उससे ज्यादा रिक्वायर्ड नहीं है. समझ पा रहे? तभी मैं हमेशा ये कहता हूं क्लास में किसी भी बैच में कि सर पहले अपने आप को कंफर्टेबल कीजिए सिलेबस को ध्यान में रखते हुए एंड सेकेंडली क्वेश्चंस को ध्यान में रखते हुए. समझ पा रहे? तो हमने तो आपको रेलिवेंट दे दिया कि ये चीज रेलिवेंट है, इसे पढ़ लीजिए. उसके बाद आपको डिसाइड करना है कि मान लीजिए अगर मैं कुछ पढ़ रहा हूं एंड आई नो दिस थिंग अबाउट इकोनॉमिक्स वेरी वेल, सो आई वोंट रेफर एनीथिंग इन डिटेल बिकॉज आई ऑलरेडी नोइंग इट. बट फॉर अ पर्सन हु इज नॉट फ्रॉम इकोनॉमिक्स बैकग्राउंड, if he is coming through or you can say coming across any particular thing that has been given in the our notes, then that time you need to decide कि हाँ यार ये क्वेश्चन बन सकता है, मुझे इसके लिए आगे बढ़ना है. समझ पा रहे नहीं पा रहे? इस तरीके से. Any other questions you are having? So I'm just mentioning my email address. So those who need this slide or you can say this divided syllabus, you just mail me, I'll send it to you. So it may take, let's suppose 1 day or 2 days, sometimes 3 days also. Okay, but he'll definitely send you the syllabus or whatever document you require. So that is my this email ID, pratikjee2001 @gmail.com. That's why I said in the there is no need to write down these things because those who need it, I'll send it. pratikjee2001 @gmail.com. So you can send me the email. I'll send you the slides and moreover this syllabus that I bifurcated so that you can start properly. Any other questions you're having? Tell me if you have any question. Please tell me. Otherwise, the next session, the last session will be of geography. Okay? No questions? Chaliye, thank you very much. Because geography is a very dynamic area. Okay. So it'll help you out.
Please.
Right. So let me welcome you all for your, how to face the challenges in your preparation for civil services. And I think this is the last session we are doing before the session comes to an end. So basically, I'll be talking about the geography related aspects, right? I'm the geography. I'm involved at Vision in the geography section, and before I start this, right, I would first of all I would like to, because assuming that most of you have not done your preparation, and that's what, like, you are still to start with your preparation. So the first thing that I need to discuss is, before you come to those challenges or to understand those challenges, first of all you need to understand what kind of challenges you would be facing in this process, right? But first of all, what is the meaning of a challenge to us? How do we see or perceive a challenge? Because the session says, what is the heading of the session? To overcome the challenges in your preparation. So what is a challenge to us? Does the word challenge has a positive connotation or a negative? What does it mean? Negative or positive? Positive. How many of us take challenges as positive? Okay. The rest of us? So decide करेंगे. Let me see the challenge first. है ना? First we see the challenge, then we decide whether it is positive or negative. But माइक का बैटरी कुछ ऑफ है. आवाज जा रही है बीच में. उनको बोलिए कि बैटरी रख लें. So I would share one thing with you, right? A challenge is, for example, I'll give you an example probably that will help you understand. I believe most of you might have attempted to go at least to a gym at least once in life. है ना? एक बार तो life में सभी गए होंगे, like me, right? And which you can figure out seeing my personality, right? That I have not been successful, right? Reason being, नहीं मैं मेहनत किया यार, simple, right? But if you go to a gym and you continuously take up the challenge, which the gym itself is, what is the challenge? Exercise. Right? So if you continuously exercise, is it possible that you will not become fit? I'm not saying that will you become fit, no. I'm saying, is it possible that you continuously do it and you don't become fit? Is it possible? You do it for 2 years. You just ensure you are there for 2 years. Is it possible that you don't become fit? Or you will remain unfit? Or probably more unfit than what you were? No, it's not possible. The only thing that you need to ensure is those 1 year, 2 year you need to dedicate. Given those 2 years, like anything, just ensure you are there. You are there, matlab you don't go to the gym with your tiffin box full and eat it and come back. You are there means you exercise, do the exercises, and the results will follow. Right? A challenge is like that. Challenge, if you take it up and if you just ensure that your discipline is there, the challenge will always yield you good results. Right? And this is the positive thing about the challenge. A challenge never gives you a negative result. Okay? So same applies to UPSC also, this exam. This is one of the biggest challenge that you can take academically in terms of your career, and most of you are in your, just looking forward to a good career. So that way, if you, first thing is in this exam is your perspective, right? So your perspective should be this, that if I take this challenge and if I honestly give my time to this challenge the way it deserves, rest assured, you will come out with some good result or the other. There is nothing that can stop you from getting a good result. Do you get this? So, move with this kind of a thing in your mind, that this is a challenge which will ultimately give me this good result. So, coming back from there, right, let's come directly to, this is one thing that came to my mind I should discuss, right, because you are just beginning. Don't lose the steam that the way we lose the steam in the, as I said, the gym case. So when you go to a gym after 7 days, you feel like, chodo yaar, that's it, right? But with that, the challenge is over and you are where you were, that's it, doesn't go any further, right? So don't give up. Once you have taken this challenge, take it to the logical end. The logical end here is giving that time. Now, once you know that time, the next thing is what do you do? What exercises? Right? So the exercises is what we have been discussing since morning, right? I will discuss about what exercise or what do you need to do when it comes to your, geography option, right? So first of all, how many of you have done geography in your college or class 12th, 11th, not 10th, 11th, 12th? Anyone? No. Good. Generally, we don't have geography, in our class 11, 12, or in some class you will get a few people raising their hand, but that's it. But that's decently okay, right? Most of the classes are like you. But still, people are managed to cover the geography thing properly, give this exam, write it, and clear it. Which means geography is manageable. The first thing that you need to tell yourself is, it is manageable, one. Second, you have to look for what options does it provide you, right? What is the usefulness of geography in this exam? Okay. So when you say usefulness, where all does it fit in? How many of you have seen the syllabus of UPSC? Dekha hai? Syllabus naam ka, there is one, right? So probably if you see the main syllabus, right? The paper, PT syllabus, one line. The geography syllabus for PT is mentioned in just one line. Total there are 7 lines in your PT syllabus. Okay? One of them is about history, the second is about polity, the third is about economy, then you have on geography, this way, right? What does the geography line say? Physical, social, and what does it say? Social, physical, human aspects of India and the world geography. Something like that. That's it. Itna sa syllabus. PT. So the PT syllabus doesn't tell you much. Then you come to the main syllabus. Once you come to the main syllabus, it does tell you a few things about the right. So once you come to the main syllabus, you have some sections which tell you about what the main syllabus is all about. So the first paper of your mains, in mains you by now you know there are 4 papers. So your first geography paper and the third paper has some areas which are related to geography, right? So let us see what does the syllabus say. The syllabus says physical, features, salient features as you find here of world physical geography. 1. Then you have distribution of key natural resources across the world. So what are the resources across the world? Then you have factors responsible for location. Yeah. Increase the font size. Okay. Is it better now? Can you see? Relatively better? Okay. I have to actually zoom it out like this so as to keep the font somewhat like this. So is it visible to you?
Yes.
Right? So factors responsible for location of primary, secondary and tertiary sectors, right? And then you have important geophysical phenomena, earthquake, tsunami, all this. Now, I would like you to rather draw from this syllabus. I want you to understand what kind of flow it has, right? Because even this doesn't give you a very clear idea in terms of how does geography flow, right? The whole of your syllabus flows, that we will see in a second, right? So if you see the geography syllabus, what you will find is that it talks about two set of things. The first is the physical world around you, right? Which you call as the physical geography, right? Now, when you say the physical world around you, what do you see around us? What are the major things? You see land, right? So the first physical aspect will talk about land and related things. After that, what do you see? The second major thing, oceans, right? So the second major thing here becomes the oceans, and above the land and the ocean we have the mountains. Mountains are part of your land only. On land only we have the mountain, no? Yes or no? Mountain, plateaus, rivers, whatever you call, they are all on the land. When I say this land is nothing. The biggest piece of land is the continent. I hope most of you remember what was a continent. Yes? Continent याद है? Yes or no? है ना? मतलब थोड़ा मोड़ा पूछना पड़ेगा यार, so that I get a sense, right? So land, ocean, and then you have the atmosphere. Atmosphere, right? In the atmosphere, what all do you get to see? We will see. But these are the three major things: land, oceans, and the atmosphere. This is the physical world around you, right? In this physical world that you have, where do we live? We live on the land, right? Do we use the oceans? Yes, we do. Do we use the land related things? Yes, we do. Do we use the atmosphere? Yes, all the three. And hence all these three become important for us. So the first thing you need to understand is how this land, the ocean and the atmosphere is, what are its component, right? What is it made up of? What kind of activities take place in this? Okay, so this is what is the first part of your geography is, right? Your first part of geography talks about all this, right? Now, once you are done with this, right, after that comes the next part. But to cover this also, you have to, let's say if I talk about land specifically, right? So on land, now say, and you can give me some, words. What do you find on the land? What all features? You have, somebody said, mountains. और क्या मिलता है? Plains, plateaus, all this, right? So you have the mountains and the plains and the plateaus and all, right? Right? So, have you ever thought how these mountains were formed?
Due to plants.
Huh? There are some activities which will form them. Yes or no? So these things, or how the plateaus were formed, or how the plains were formed, these are the things that you go on to cover in the land related aspect, right? Then ocean related aspect, same ways. Once you go to the ocean, what do you see? You see waves, you see the tides, you might have heard about tsunamis, right? So this is the next thing that you will get to read. Then once you see the atmosphere, in the atmosphere what all do you see? You see different type of weather. For example, nowadays the weather is hot. In the winter the weather will be cold. If you go to a hill station, the weather is slightly different, or the climate is different. If you go to the coastal regions, again different. And we are only talking within India. If you go outside India, right? So if you go to the polar regions, there the weather will be different. So in that part of your atmosphere, you get to learn about different type of climates and weather. Once you know this, you basically know the world around you. You know the land, you know the ocean, and you know the climate, weather, all this. Now, after this comes the application. This is what geography teaches you, right? So first it tells you about different places, and after that it tells you how do we use it, right? Now, what do you use from the land? Simplest thing if I ask you.
Soil.
In your daily life, the simplest thing, your soil. What is your primary requirement?
Food.
Everyone has some basic requirement. What are the primary requirement? Food, shelter, clothes. These are the three things. Where does the food come from? Land, soil, and this is what your agriculture teaches you. Where does the garments that you wear come from? The fiber, if it is natural, it comes from the soil. Right? If it is synthetic, it comes from some raw material. What is that raw material? Polymers. Where do they come from? They come from कहाँ से? Someone can tell? Any engineers? Textile, कुछ है या नहीं है? Chemical? No. Okay. Polymers, most of the polymers, the garments from which the garments are made come from your crude oil. Right? Crude oil is the main source for that. Right? So most of these fibers are made up of the raw material for that fiber comes from crude oil. Where does the crude oil come from?
Earth.
Again, earth. Right? So ultimately you find that your food requirement and your basic requirement of garment etc. is fulfilled from this. Next, shelter. Where do you make your house? Land. But how do you decide where to make? Anywhere? No. Do you make your house in an area which is mostly prone to flood? No. We will also not try to build a house which is weak in a zone where earthquakes are very prone. Right? So how and where you make your house also depends on the geographical features. Okay? Slope will decide, will you get sunlight or not, east, west, water, will it be available nearby, all these. I'm just talking of simple things right now. Right? Life is not this simple, it gets complex. Right? But ultimately what you find is that all these inputs also come from the world which is around you. Right? And what do we call these things that we use? We call them as resources. Abhi economy ka tha aapka pehla session before me. You must, I hope you know what is a resource.
Yes.
A resource is any material thing or anything that has a usefulness for us. So most of the resources that we use come from the earth. And hence you have to know how and where in the earth what kind of things are there. One. And once you know that, that's when you can turn them into resources. Okay? And this is the usefulness of geography at the base. That geography tells you about the world around you. Second, it tells you what all lies where. From that, it is now up to you to decide which resource you want to use and how. Right? That how is taken care of by science and your economics. Right? But which resources where you come to know from? Mainly through the geography. Right? So this is the relevance of the topic per se, if you see. Right? Now, in addition to that, what else does geography tell you? Does it only tell us about resource? No. It also tells us about the vegetation around us. Right? The natural vegetation and all, the different types of animals that you have. Yes or no? The different people who live around you. It tells you about the tribals. Right? If you see your NCRTs and all, you will find there are sections which go on to cover it. Right? So it tells you about the people around you, it tells you about the resources, it tells you about the vegetation, and in that sense it tells you about the whole world. Now once you become an administrator, what is your primary task? Your primary task is to administer the world around you. Right? So to administer it better, what becomes imperative or required? That you know that world before you administer it. And this is why geography is so relevant in this exam. Right? Now coming directly to the exam, where does it fit in? Right? As we see, you have questions coming in PT. Right? Every year we'll see some of the questions if possible. We'll see them right now. Right? Every year you have questions coming. Some years you have more, some years you have less. For example, last 2 years there have been slightly less, but before that there were years when they were asking you 30-35 questions. And the other thing about UPSC is if they go on asking less question on one topic for some time, the probability of that area coming more in coming years becomes high, right? Because UPSC doesn't want to make you or give you any hint of what they want to reduce. If they are reducing something, 2-3 साल reduce करेंगे. After that, all of a sudden you will find they have asked more questions because they expect that by now people must not be preparing it well. So that is an area. Let us ask 20-30 questions from there. The ones who have not prepared will be off, right? Because PT is all about elimination. Somebody must have talked to you about this since morning, right? So they want to eliminate in PT, right? And anyone who's completely prepared, fully prepared, only they will be able to clear that stage of PT. And hence for your PT you need to be well prepared on these areas. So as I said, geography comes in your PT. After the PT, it is there in paper 1 as well as paper 3. Topics such as cropping pattern, right? Then some areas in your land reform will also fall. Then when you talk about infrastructure, road infrastructure, right? Or railway infrastructure. So you have to know from where to where which national highway goes, major ones, what are the major projects that the government is doing, what is the usefulness of railway network as compared to road network, right? Which is better for what type of transport, right? So this is how those are the areas which come in your paper 3. So paper 1 and paper 3, if you see every year you get a decent section of the whole mains thing coming from this. Now, in addition to this, do you find geography? This is where it is explicitly mentioned. But in addition to this also, does it come somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Kahan pe?
Essay paper.
Huh?
Essay paper.
I'll come to that. So essay paper, but before that, in PT also you will find many questions. For example, questions related to international relations, right? Questions related to security, questions related to locations, right? There many times they ask you locations, right? This place was in news, right? Or this is happening here, or India's relation with this country. First of all, you need to know where is that country. For example, if I ask you, where is Bhutan? Maybe you know. Where is Seychelles? Where is Mauritius? Right? Where is Suriname? Right? Where is South China Sea? Today only it was in news. Yesterday, China said Japan should get used to of those bombers flying in over South China Sea. Have you identified where is South China Sea? That was not a geography question, but they can ask you, right? There are islands in that region. Spratly Island, for example, they might ask you, where is it located? Which ocean? The name itself will not give you. That might be seen as a geography question. Someone would say IR question, someone would say security question, someone would say, other aspects. But first of all, on the location or on the map, you need to know what is located where. I hope you get. Right? When you say geopolitics, let's say geopolitics naam ka ek word hai. India's relation with USA, India's relation with this, energy security. You might have heard the word energy security. Almost everyone. Suna hai na? What is energy security about? Energy security is about the energy, various energy sources and the requirement of different countries. Where is it fulfilled from? Mostly we get the crude oil and all from West Asia, some from Russia, some from USA, like this. But until unless you know where these regions are, which are the neighboring countries to them, right? Which are the transport routes which are utilized, right? Until unless we are clear on that, again, many of these things might not make sense, right? So for this part of PT or mains also, it becomes imperative to know, right, that which parts of the world are where and what kind of relation is there between which two countries, which are the developed countries, which are the developing countries, something like this. All these things you will come to know from your basic geography. Okay? Until unless you are clear about them, your relations with other countries, etc., also might not be well understood. Right? Now, in addition to this, you have an area of essay. Right? Every alternate year or so they ask you a question almost from geography. For example, 2014 they ask you a question on tourism. Right? Before that they ask a question. Geography might remain the same, history may not. 2011, if I'm right. Before that they have asked 2-3 questions. Urbanization and its usefulness. Or challenges. Right? It's almost a, how much marks do you have for essay nowadays? कितना marks का essay है? Right? That's almost a paper in itself. जैसा GS का आपका एक paper है वैसा ही paper है. Right? And the whole paper you can almost answer if you are well prepared with such issues. Right? For example, tourism or energy or urban areas, their development, transportation. These are areas where UPSC has already asked questions. Right? Ecology and ecology related, natural vegetation related, biodiversity related, these topics I'm still not saying. When you add them up, it becomes bigger. Right? So this is one more section where your geography part fits in. Right? And ultimately from this it might go to essay ke baad, once you have written your mains, where do you reach? Interview. Right? In the interview you go. All of you belong to some place. ऐसा कोई है who does not belong to any place? Huh? If the interviewer asks you where are you from, you will say sorry sir, I belong to nowhere. नहीं ना? Okay, so once you will say, let us say someone says MP, or someone says Tamil Nadu, or someone says Jammu Kashmir, or Uttarakhand, the next question will be, where in Uttarakhand? Right? Or he might see. Then you will say the district. Then he might say, okay, in this district, what is this district known for? Right? अब वो कहाँ मिलेगा आपको? You might have prepared, right, from the district map. Then they will say, okay dear, what else have you done? Education, कहाँ से किया? वहाँ. Tell us something about that place. Then they might get into the vegetation of that region. They might get into the economic activity of that region. They might get into the natural resources of the region. They might ask you, okay, वहाँ से national highway कौन सा जाता है? ठीक है? Okay, have you been? How do you reach that place? So you will say, sir, वहाँ से you have this train. What route does it take? बच्चा उस station से पहला कौन सा station आता है? You will say some city, है ना? अच्छा, that city is along which river? You will say, sorry sir, नहीं पढ़ा. ठीक है, अच्छा कोई बात नहीं. और कहाँ रहे हो? Okay, you will say, अच्छा चलो इससे तो बचे. हाँ, next city. अच्छा, you have been there also. Okay, very good. So in that city, actually, if you go to the outskirts, they have built a reservoir. That reservoir is on which river? No sir. या अपने आप ही पूछ लेगा. अच्छा वहाँ पिकनिक बनाया. You might be very excited. Yes sir. We went to the reservoir. अच्छा, okay. What is the size of the reservoir? ठीक है, hydroelectric power. अच्छा, what are the major challenges of hydroelectric power? On that river, what are the challenges that this river is facing? Which program has the government started to? आया समझ में? उस दिन क्या feeling आता है पता है? What feeling will you get? थोड़ा सा और ध्यान से पढ़ लिया होता यार. Okay, so this is, see, it's all about knowing the world which is around you. Do you get it? And this is the good thing about geography. So, I'm through different ways I'm trying to only convey one thing to you. This was the interview stage, right? Geography helps you a lot even in your, I hope it comes. As I said, geography also helps you a lot in your interview. So it is your PT or your mains, essay, interview, and some of you, I have seen many people in the course of time taking geography also as their optional. Why? Because geography is a pretty decently manageable option. At times you get good score, at times you get bad score, that's okay. This year the scores have been good. People have scored more than 300, close to 300, which has been a decently good score. Many people get selected. Including our test series, we have many people who have got selected, right? So geography also acts as a good start for an optional. for many students, right? So once you are done with it properly, it will help you to overcome this challenge that you have taken in life. Okay, this is the relevance and the importance of this whole story of geography. We have discussed slightly how geography proceeds. Now, the next thing that I would talk to you, right, is how do you prepare it? How to prepare. Right, so I would expect you, first of all, see the syllabus very frequently. Right, every second, third day, as of now, read whole of the syllabus, not only for geography, for other areas also, but specifically for geography. Read it more and more. The good thing about that will be anything which is of relevance in the newspaper, you will be able to pick, which you might have read in the syllabus. Right, these are the questions and queries which I get from students after the session. Sir, this is my question. How does it help and all? I'm telling you here itself, right away. Right, read the syllabus at least once in 2-3 days. It will help you keep those points in head. Primary sector, secondary sector, transportation, cropping pattern, vegetation, right, resources. These words will come in the syllabus, and once something related to this comes in the newspaper, you will know, okay, this could be of importance there. So this is the one thing. Second, see the questions of UPSC. Right? UPSC questions. Where do you get it from? You can download it from the internet, from different websites, or you have these UPSC 10-year question paper sources. Whichever you like, the source is not important to me. What you read is important. So the UPSC questions. Then comes your NCE or books, I should say. What books do I refer for this? The list of books as far as GS geography goes is decently confined, and if you stick to it, you read those topper interviews, wherever you want to, you will find mostly the sources are same. Okay, which are the sources? सबसे पहला NCERT. Which NCERT? The new NCERT. ठीक है, new NCERT. Which class? 11 and 12. So class 11th and 12th NCERT. Right? Which are the class 11th and 12th NCERTs? Class 11th you have fundamentals of physical geography, and the second one is geography, physical environment. I think the name is physical environment, India related NCERT. This is the India physical NCERT, right? Then these two are in 11th, and then you have your 12th. In the 12th, you have fundamentals of human geography 1 and India, people and economy. Though the name is people and economy, but as I said, economy, the resource part and the people part, both of them are taken care of in this, and this is a geography NCERT. Okay? So these are the 4 NCERTs that I expect you to read, and this is what your basic syllabus will be taken care of. In addition to this, there is one book called the GC Lyon, which I would expect you to read, especially the climate part and the second part of the book. Right? The second part of the book talks about the important things, such as these are chapter number 15 to chapter number 25. What does it talk, or what you have to pick from here? The climatic regions, the vegetation, right? Then something on transport. In some of the chapters you will find on transport, economic activities, right? And in some sections you find the tribes, right? These 4 things I would expect you to pick. Specifically, vegetation, climate, and some economic activities. Because this economic activity is given as primary, secondary, and tertiary activities in the world in the mains paper also. right? For which you have only one chapter in NCERT, but here you will get some more detail, right? So please read it from this. Then one more thing that you support this with is an atlas. Which atlas? You can buy a student atlas, Oxford student atlas, or whichever student atlas you feel like. That is decently good, right? So atlas, a student atlas, right? Once you are done with this, then comes in the current sources, right? Which are the current sources that I would expect you to regularly be updated with? Any one current magazine for civil services exam, right? Which could be the Vision magazine or any other source that you are depending on, but one source, you pick up these things from this magazine. Sometimes you will get news about climate, sometimes you will get news about vegetation, sometimes you will get about some industrial activities, sometimes about some activities happening in terms of transport. For example, you might have heard CPEC, सुना है? China Pakistan Economic Corridor, right? अभी आपका डोकलाम प्लेट्यू सुना है? Where is it? You know that Tri Junction, there are rivers flowing in that region, right? So you need to identify which are they. I already said South China Sea. You might have heard of the word about Silk Route.
Yes.
है ना? So there are different terms which keep coming, and they will continuously keep coming, right? Now or later. For example, a few days back there was this news about Larsen Sea, a big piece of ice which has broken off the Antarctic coast. Okay? So these are the things which keep coming. Right? Now, where is that sea ice associated? In that ocean section, or in the climate section, or the climate change section. That is where it will fit. Okay? So you need to pick up current related to your syllabus, which are directly mentioned. One, as I said, the source could be your current source, any current affairs magazine. Then two more things that you need to refer are, one is India Yearbook. In your case, it will be 2018. In this India Yearbook also you have chapters on agriculture, industry, energy, transportation, right? This kind of sections are there, right? So I would expect, and there are more, right? There is natural vegetation related section you will find. So those are the sections which I would expect you to pick from this, where you will get the government programs. And one more thing, economic survey. I think economic sir might have talked about it. Economic survey also talks about agriculture, industry and all this. This is it. This is your source. If you are done with this, your geography would be to a great extent taken care of. So this is the exercise that you need to do. In your challenge, this is your exercise. If you are able to take care of this exercise, I can assure it will definitely give you some result, right? Specifically which you will see in your exam whenever you appear for it, right? So this is what I needed to share with you from the side of this thing, right? As I said, somebody said which are the questions that they go on to ask. So there are many questions which I can show you, right? For example, the essay one, I just said 3-4 essay I told you 2014. What was the topic I just now said? They have asked you a question on tourism, right? Before that, they have asked you questions on urbanization. Whole essays were there. Urbanization is what is the importance of urban area and all. So this is what they have asked. PT, if you see same ways, for example, if I show you some of the PT questions. See here, right? For example, I hope this is visible, right? This is one of the questions they have asked. I think 2 साल 3 साल पहले का है. Narmada river flows to west while most other large peninsular rivers flows to east. Why? Now in this answer, see what all you should be knowing. First thing you are expected to know is Narmada river. Second, peninsular rivers. So what are peninsular rivers? Then next thing, why? So in that why they have given you options such as, the first one says linear rift valley. You have to know what is a rift valley, right? Because this is not only a PT question. I can show you from these only they have asked you mains questions, right? There could be a question, explain the formation of a rift valley, Right? So this gives you the hint what is the main question they are asking, or how is a rift valley different from a fold mountain valley. Right? They can ask you a 12-mark question on this. I hope you get this. Right? So from these questions of PT itself, when you will see, new terms will come to you. And then what you are supposed to do? While reading, you would be expected that you figure out the meaning of those words. This is the relevance of seeing the UPSC questions. They themselves will give you new terms about which you will try to figure out what they mean, right? Then if you see, next, it flows between Vindhyas and Satpuras. What are Vindhyas and Satpuras? I don't know how many of us know, right? They are mountains. So where are they located? Which is the river in between them? Is there any other river near them? Yes, you have Tapi also next to Satpura. That again could be a question. Right? If you see it in your atlas, you will be able to see, okay, this is Vindhya, this is Satpura, this is Tapi. Where does it flow? It goes in the Gulf of Khambat. Right? So once you see the Gulf of Khambat, which is north of Mumbai, right? You will remember Acha Gulf of Khambat is there. Let us say you are reading your economic survey. In your economic survey, you see India drills its petroleum from the Gulf of Khambat region. Right? We extract petroleum from that region. Right? We have some of the offshore petroleum platforms. Right? So then you will come to know, okay, in that region we also have a petroleum zone. Right? Next thing, that is one of the zones where some of the highest tides in India come. So this year, if you remember, there was a question which said, which place in India the water recedes by a few hundred meters? That answer was Chandipur. I hope some of you might have seen that question. Have you seen? So that was the tidal question they asked from a different zone. But just by seeing that Gulf of Khambat, once you will read it at different places, you will be able to locate what all is it important for. I hope you get this, right? When you do this, you will see, okay, the river Narmada, once it flows, it forms a estuary. Right? Your NCRT says it forms a estuary. Then what will come to your mind? What is an estuary like? How is it different from another similar formation which is a delta? Right? So once these questions come, that's when you go on to inquire about it. Right? One last thing I would share before on this topic is, or in general is, see, most of you are right now in a state of ignorance. Ignorance means you don't know anything about these things, right? From this stage, you will come to the next stage, which is confusion. Right? From ignorance, you will gradually go towards confusion and you will start feeling uncomfortable about yourself. Let me tell you, that's a good stage. Right? Because ignorance is a state of unknown blissfulness. You are happy, but you are like I think you might have heard that story. What do you call? A frog in that pond. Right? So that is the state of ignorance. To you, this is the world. But once you start reading, new confusions will come. New terms will come to you. They will make you work hard. And from there, you will get clarity about the world around you. Once you have that clarity, in this course of preparation, you will know the world around you better, and that's when you are prepared for the exam. Right? So, as I said, many of these terms might be new, but don't be shy to see it. Okay, let us see one more question. Right? The very next question. Some of you might already be in a position to answer this. This is not a very difficult question. See, what does it say? Variations in the length of day and night from season to season are due to. So why do variations take place? In the length of day and night. Why days are longer in the summer and shorter in the winter? Right? This is what the question is saying. Right? Why is it so? The Earth's rotation on its axis. So rotation gives you what? When the Earth is rotating like this, what do you get?
Day and night.
Day and night. Okay. Earth's revolution around the sun. Right? By revolving around the sun, what does the Earth give you?
Seasons.
The seasons. Okay. Then third, latitudinal position of the Earth.
Temperature.
Different latitudes. Do that give you?
Temperature.
Right? If the Earth was not rotated, with latitude, would have we got the difference in day and night? This is a question. Right? If you go towards equator, the length of day becomes 12 hours. But in summer, if you go to higher latitude, for example, if you go to Srinagar, in summer the length of day will be longer. Right? Why is it so? This is the question. I don't know to how many of you has this question come. Right? Once you will read the answer, you will find revolution of the earth on the tilted axis. Right? It is the tilted axis which goes on to give different length of day and night at different locations. Okay? So this is how some of these questions will raise questions in your head, and from the answers the solution will flow. So, but in this process you have to be ready to take up this challenge. Right? And this is again, as I said, was your heading of the session, that how do you overcome this challenge? The way forward is by getting into it and reading it one by one and preparing. Right? So we have discussed the books, we have discussed the sources, I have said how do you go about it. One last thing I would share before I leave is, once you read the chapter, what do you do next? This is the next major challenge. People come and say, sir, क्या करें? Challenge पढ़ के समझ में नहीं आ रहा. या पढ़ तो लिया, but nothing is there in the head. What is the best way? You underline is good. What else? Summarize where? Either in your copy. The best thing to me is you summarize it in the beginning of the chapter or the end of the chapter. Right? While reading, figure out what did I read on that page. On the side of the page itself, make a very short note. In this whole page, these were the main topics. And by the end of the chapter, once the chapter is over, write down. In this chapter, these were the main things that I understood and these were the sequence. Right? And on the side of the page itself, mark important, factual, conceptual. So anything where you have written conceptual, while doing your mains thing, you can come back. Factual, you don't need to mug it up then. Kab written hai? Before the exam. Right? Maybe the night before the exam, you just check the facts. So if you have written your facts properly, underlined the right facts, just before the night of the exam, रात में आपने fact देख लिया. Concepts, maybe you see not on the night. Because if you are not able to understand the concept on that day, then it becomes challenging. I hope you get. So this is how you prepare your chapters. Right? Writing there itself. And some of them, once you have read the chapter also, in the beginning or end of the chapter, try to write expected questions. Because your preparation has no value if you don't know what is the expected question from that section. Right? So in the beginning itself, right? For example, if you read the first chapter of atmosphere, right? One question which you should have written, the ones who have read that chapter on atmosphere, is what are the different layers of the atmosphere? Right? And how are they segregated? Thus, marks ka question, 100, 150 words you write this. Okay, so this is how you go on to prepare about your geography thing. We have discussed about some of the questions, we have discussed where all it becomes relevant and how do you prepare. Do we have any question to ask? You can ask from my side, the story is over. Yes? Geography as an optional, we'll discuss it separately. You can come to me just at the end of the session because most of them might not be interested. Huh?
How much
of the geography optional is related to the GS? Okay. Geography option, if you read your GS properly, I think 35% of your syllabus is already taken care of for the optional. Right? 35-40% you can say. Right? What else?
Older edition of NCERT is okay?
No. Please read the new edition of NCERT because many times UPSC nowadays is picking the lines directly from the new NCERT. So, if you have the patience to read both, then you read the old. If you don't have, then read at least the new. Because UPSC might directly ask. Last to last year they asked the reverse. Which of the following rivers are tributaries of Brahmaputra? That sequence was given directly from the NCERT chapter. The question on tea plantation and the duars was directly mentioned in the NCERT. The steel plant location mains question they asked 2 years back. That was directly there in the industry chapter. Which were not there in the world. So even reading them might not give you that question. At least here you will get the question. Hence you should not miss. Yes. Anything else? No? Sir, do we have any other thing to tell them? That's it. So that's it from our side. The session is over. Thank you.